Chapter 639, To Get Rich, First Build Roads. _4. Dr. Shaoran stopped what she was doing, sat opposite the old Mrs. Zheng, reached out and held her hand. Ching, your illness can't be postponed anymore. If Dr. Jiang is not confident about treating you, you should seek other doctors as soon as possible. Dr. Shaoran is trained in forensic science. Her understanding about human health is not very extensive. She only noted a particularly unhealthy pallor on the old Mrs. Shengguan's face. Mrs. Zheng laughed. As people grow older, the organs in the body start to fail. This has nothing to do with Dr. Jiang's medical skills. Shaoran, I trust Dr. Jiang just like I trust you. She had been dealing with Dr. Jiang for half of her life. All her major and minor sicknesses were treated by him. If she suddenly replaced him with another doctor now, wouldn't it put Dr. Jiang in an awkward position? Mrs. Zheng was a person who deeply valued relationships. Dr. Shaoran slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Ching, this isn't about trust. Dr. Jiang is old, his education is old-fashioned. Some young doctors are actually more professional than him. Dr. Shaoran had met Dr. Jiang before. He was a very kind old man. Dr. Shaoran did not doubt his character, but she felt that his medical expertise wasn't that strong. Mrs. Zheng continued, I understand. All right, let's not discuss this any further. If the identification results are ready, make sure to inform me first. Yes. Dr. Shaoran nodded, and escorted Mrs. Zheng out. Butler Lu was standing by the laboratory door. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Upon seeing Dr. Shaoran helping Mrs. Zheng out, he immediately stepped forward and took Mrs. Zheng's arm. Madam. Mrs. Zheng seemed taken aback. Butler Lu, why are you here? She did not inform anyone that she was coming. Madam, let's get in the car first. Butler Lu did not answer Mrs. Zheng's question directly, and opened the rear door of the car. As soon as the car door closed, an old voice echoed in the air. Ching, how are the identification results? Mrs. Zheng turned her head to see Mr. Zheng Jun sitting beside her. Over the years, Mr. Zheng Jun indulged himself in opera and gardening. He hardly cared about what happened in the outside world, or within the Zheng family. All these matters were handled by Mrs. Zheng alone. Previously, when Mrs. Zheng was busy searching for their daughter, Mr. Zheng didn't poke his nose into it. But this time, Mr. Zheng even followed her here, which surprised Mrs. Zheng. Mrs. Zheng shook her head. Shaoran said the machine had some problems. We have to wait for a new one to arrive. The identification results may not come out until after the new year. Hearing this, Mr. Zheng sighed. There was silence in the car. After a long while, Mr. Zheng spoke again. Is that child really similar to our Tingting? Yes, Mrs. Zheng nodded, very similar, especially her daughter. She looks exactly like Tingting when she was young. Ching. Mr. Zheng suddenly held Mrs. Zheng tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Do you think I will have the chance to see Tingting in this lifetime? Mr. Zheng was 12 years older than Mrs. Zheng. He is over 70 years old this year. He feared he might never see his only daughter again. Over the years, it wasn't that he didn't miss his daughter, he just didn't show it. He was afraid that his yearning would emotionally burden Mrs. Zheng, so he sought solace in gardening and dramatic arts. But recently, he felt that his health was deteriorating, and often dreamt of his long-deceased parents. They didn't speak in his dreams, they just smiled and gestured him to come over. Mr. Zheng had a constant feeling that his end was near. Mrs. Zheng's eyes started to tear up. What nonsense are you talking about? You will definitely meet Tingting. We both will see Tingting together. The elderly couple sobbed together. The atmosphere in the car became suffocating and tense. After a long while, the two old people managed to calm their emotions. Mrs. Zheng spoke to Butler Lu, who was driving at the front. Butler Lu, let's go to Dr. Wang. At that time, there were 2 strands of hair. One was given to Dr. Shaoran, and another one was given to Dr. Wang. All right. Didn't you say that you don't trust Dr. Wang? Mr. Zheng turned his head to look at Mrs. Zheng. Although Mr. Zheng didn't have much of a presence in the Zheng family and was not involved in the family affairs, his knowledge about the family wasn't less than Mrs. Zheng's. Mrs. Zheng continued, what if Dr. Wang comes up with useful evidence? At this point, they wouldn't give up on even the slightest bit of hope. Chapter 640, To Get Rich, First Build Roads. _5. Old Mr. Zheng nodded. Dr. Shaoran watched the direction in which the sedan had vanished and let out a deep sigh. From the day she remembered things, Mrs. Zheng had been searching for her daughter. This search had been going on for over 20 years. Soon, she was going to get married and have a baby, and Mrs. Zheng still hadn't found her hope. Dr. Shaoran turned back to the laboratory and made a phone call. Hello, Lala. I need a favor. A pretty voice came from the other end. What is it, Shaoran? There's something wrong with my detector here. Can you help me with a DNA identification? Sure. Thank you, Lala. Dr. Shaoran continued, then I will bring it to you right away. The person on the phone with Dr. Shaoran is Zhou La, her college classmate and a very good friend. Although Mrs. Zheng doesn't believe in others, Dr. Shaoran believes in Zhou La. Instead of waiting like this, it's better to let Zhou La do the identification first. With it under her name, no one would be the wiser. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Shaoran rode her bicycle to deliver the materials to Zhou La. Zhou La is a very enthusiastic person. She took the materials, rest assured, Shaoran. I've got this. Dr. Shaoran hugged Zhou La, thank you so much. That aunt of mine is really anxious to find her biological daughter. You're welcome. Zhou La patted Dr. Shaoran on the back. She too had experienced the pain of losing a loved one. So she knew the pain of parting. Here. Old Mrs. Zheng and old Mr. Zheng arrived at Dr. Wang's place. Dr. Wang warmly welcomed the elderly couple. Old Mrs. Zheng made her request directly, without beating around the bush. Dr. Wang pushed up his glasses that were resting on his nose bridge. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, please be mentally prepared. Old Mrs. Zheng nodded. Old Mr. Zheng took a sip of water from the cup he held. Only then did Dr. Wang bring out the identification report. Unfortunately, the identification results show that there is no biological relationship between the two of you and the other party. Even though they had already anticipated this result, old Mr. Zheng and old Mrs. Zheng couldn't help but feel disappointed. After a while, old Mrs. Zheng took the identification report from Dr. Wang's hand. All right, I understand. Dr. Wang continued, it has been 34 years since the incident. Everything has changed. I would advise you not to dwell on it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At your age, you cannot withstand the turmoil or shocks. Living in the present is most important. Old Mrs. Zheng nodded. Old Mr. Zheng angrily stood up, his eyes bloodshot. Go to hell with your living in the present. Because the lost one isn't your daughter. For many years, this was the first time that old Mrs. Zheng saw old Mr. Zheng lose his temper like this. She looked at old Mr. Zheng, and tears streamed down her face. It turns out, the person who seems to care the least is the one who cares the most. Dr. Wang was startled, his voice trembling. Mr. Zheng, getting angry won't help this situation. It had been 33 years, who knew if their daughter was dead? Let's go. Old Mrs. Zheng took hold of old Mr. Zheng's arm. Old Mr. Zheng pinched his temples, following old Mrs. Zheng out. Your grandpa sure has quite a temper. As the old couple left, a young man and woman appeared from the yard. Zheng Xianjing took a deep breath. My grandfather just misses my aunt too much. I just remembered that I have something to do. I have to go now. Please tell my uncle not to be angry with my grandpa. The young man had a look of regret on his face, reaching out to hold Zheng Xianjing's hand. Xianjing, didn't we agree to go watch a movie later? This young man was none other than Dr. Wang's son, Wang Shaoxing. Zheng Xianjing said, I really do have something. When I'm free, I'll definitely go to the movies with you. At this point, Wang Shaoxing had no value left. Naturally she was ready to kick him aside. She would marry Mr. Mog if she were to marry. For men like Wang Shaoxing, he barely qualified to be her shoe carrier. What about us? Zheng Xianjing feigned ignorance. What about us? Wang Xiaoxing said, I mean our relationship, Xianjing. Didn't you say that you would consider me, give me a chance? Jing Xianjing regretfully said, Xiaoxing, I think I need to consider that. Chapter 641, To Get Rich, First Build Roads. _6. Why? Wang Xiaoxing became impatient. Jing Xianjing replied calmly, Xiaoxing, you need to calm down. Matters of the heart are not to be taken lightly. I cannot make decisions in haste. Moreover, from our time spent together, I feel we are not right for each other. You deserve better. Wang Xiaoxing was rooted to the spot. He didn't understand where he had gone wrong. Jing Xianjing didn't give Wang Xiaoxing much time to think. She turned and left. She needed to rush home and share the good news with Lingling. Jing Xianjing arrived home almost at the same time as the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. As soon as they arrived home, they noticed Lingling applying medicine to Suyu's wound on the couch. Startled by the noise at the door, Suyu screamed out, Ghost! A ghost! The ghost is coming to kill me. Lingling comforted Suyu softly, Auntie, don't frighten yourself. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just Mom and Dad who are back. Instead of calming down, Suyu seemed even more terrified, her eyes full of fear. She clung onto Lingling's sleeve tightly, It's a ghost. They won't let me go. They're after me. Suyu. Mrs. Zheng hurried over. What happened her? She asked Lingling. She fell down the stairs by accident. Look, her arm is bruised. Lingling rolled up Suyu's sleeve. She refused to let the doctor apply medicine. Wuxia Sight Wuxia Sight. C0 Mrs. Zheng sighed. Jing Xianjing gave Lingling a knowing look and took the medicine from Lingling's hand. Mom, let me apply the medicine, Auntie listens to me best. Indeed, it was strange. Whenever Suyu was confused and lost, only Xianjing managed to calm her down. Lingling successfully understood her daughter's glance and addressed her parents. Mom, Dad, where have you been? Mrs. Zheng said, Your father and I went for a stroll. Oh. Lingling nodded, You both do need to go out more often. Being cooped up at home isn't good. What a stubborn old woman. Still trying to keep things from her? Did she really think that Lingling was oblivious? Thank goodness Lingling had a contingency plan and had Xianjing switch out the strand of hair entrusted to Dr. Wang. Mr. Zheng went to Suyu's side, touched Suyu's hair gently and said, Suyu, when will you get better? Suyu used to be a lively and spirited woman. How had she become like this? Suyu pushed Mr. Zheng's hand away, hid behind Xianjing and shrieked, You're a ghost. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Mr. Zheng sighed. If one day he and Mrs. Zheng were no longer around, what would become of Suyu? Would the younger generation be able to treat her with the same kindness? Jing Xianjing gently patted Suyu's back. Auntie, don't worry, Grandpa is your brother, not a ghost. Suyu wore a bizarre expression on her face. He's a ghost. Lingling continued, All right Xianjing, take her back to her room to rest. Okay. Xianjing nodded. Mom, Dad, I'll fetch you the ginseng soup that I have prepared. Just as Lingling brought the ginseng soup, Dr. Jiang arrived carrying her medical bag. Today was Mrs. Zheng's day for follow-up. Auntie Jiang. Lingling greeted as she rose to her feet. Dr. Jiang nodded, placed her medical bag on the coffee table and asked, Aching, how have you been feeling lately? Not bad, answered Mrs. Zheng. That's good. Dr. Jiang said, taking out her stethoscope. I'll head upstairs first then. Mr. Zheng said to Mrs. Zheng. Mr. Zheng wasn't much of a talker when he was younger, and hardly interacted with outsiders apart from his close ones. Over the years, apart from the day when Dr. Jiang brought Lingling back, Mr. Zheng had hardly communicated with Dr. Jiang. Mrs. Zheng nodded, You go ahead. Dad, you forgot to drink the ginseng soup. Lingling took the ginseng soup and followed behind Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng took the ginseng soup and drank all of it in one gulp. Dr. Jiang chuckled, Lingling is a very dutiful child. Lingling replied, "You're too kind, Auntie Jiang. These are just responsibilities as a child." Dr. Jiang glanced at Mrs. Xing's bowl of ginseng soup and continued, "This bowl of ginseng soup has many expensive ingredients and was personally prepared by Lingling. It must have required a lot of your time." "Not really, I didn't have much else to do." Lingling returned to the room with the empty bowl. It didn't take long for Dr. Jiang to finish Mrs. Xing's checkup. Lingling immediately asked anxiously, "Auntie Jiang, how is my mom doing?" "Absolutely fine. It's natural to have some ailments due to old age, but they are not serious." Dr. Jiang reassured Lingling and then patted Mrs. Xing's shoulder. "Ah Qing, you raised Lingling well. If it weren't for Lingling's meticulous care, Mrs. Xing might have already passed on." Mrs. Xing held on to Lingling's hand. "Lingling really is a dutiful child." Lingling blushed at the compliment. After making sure Mrs. Xing was fine, Dr. Jiang asked to leave. "Lingling, can you see Dr. Jiang out?" Mrs. Xing asked. "She didn't feel up for it today." "Okay." Lingling nodded. "There's no need to see me out, I'm practically family." Dr. Jiang replied as she picked up her medical bag. Lingling laughed as she walked Dr. Jiang out. "Auntie Jiang, you've done so much for my mom." Once outside, Lingling seemed to remember something. "Auntie Jiang, my father's been feeling unwell lately. Do you have any calming or soothing medicine?" "I do." Dr. Jiang nodded, taking out a white bottle of pills, half a pill at a time, once a day. "Make sure not to overdose, every medication has side effects." Lingling received the bottle from Dr. Jiang. "Understood, I'll keep that in mind." Dr. Jiang turned back to look at Lingling. "You can stop here." But Lingling continued walking with Dr. Jiang. "Dr. Jiang, today my mom went to see Dr. Wang. But it seems the results weren't very good. I don't know if my mom will be able to find my sister in this lifetime." Dr. Jiang sighed. "No wonder your mom seemed a bit off today. It's understandable considering she's worried. It's been so many years, but you never know. Life often surprises us, she might find her any day now. But on the other hand, if she can't find her, you're her only child now. Make sure to comfort her." Lingling nodded, accompanied Dr. Jiang to the edge of the road. "Please be careful on the road, it's getting dark." "I know. You should go back now." Dr. Jiang waved goodbye as she left. Chapter 642, Shangguan Furong was slapped _1 Jing Lingling did not go back immediately, instead watching as Dr. Jiang's figure disappeared into the twilight. Dr. Jiang is about the same age as old lady Zheng, in her 60s this year. She has never married and currently lives alone. As soon as Zheng Lingling returned to the villa, old lady Zheng asked, "Has your Aunt Jiang gone home?" Zheng Lingling nodded. Old lady Zheng continued, "Your Aunt Jiang lives alone, so if you have time, remember to take Xianjing to visit her. If it weren't for your Aunt Jiang bringing you home all those years ago, where would we niece and aunt have the chance to meet? Blink and over 30 years have passed, and your Aunt Jiang is old now." Again bringing up the past. This damn old woman just can't forget about those years. She has changed her tone and called her mother, but this damn old woman always remembers their relationship as aunt and niece. She never really considered her a daughter. All the filial piety over the years went down the drain. Zheng Lingling clenched her teeth in anger, but still had to put on a smile. "All right, Mom." Old lady Zheng nodded. "I'm going to my room first, Wuxia World." Site Wuxia World. Site. Mom, dinner is about to be served." Zheng Lingling said. Old lady Zheng said, "You go ahead and eat. I've just had some ginseng soup and am not hungry." Zheng Lingling anxiously said, "How can you not eat dinner? Should I bring it up to you later?" "No need." Old lady Zheng waved her hand. On this October night, the stars in the sky were sparse and clear. Mr. Zheng stood on the third-floor terrace, looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, his eyes showing an indescribable look. The terrace was designed as a sky garden, where Mr. Zheng typically enjoyed sitting in a lounge chair amidst bunches of flaming torches and listening to the opera. Old Lady Zheng walked up to Mr. Zheng and said in as light a tone as possible, "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking about Artingting." Mr. Zheng's voice was very calm. "Over 30 years have passed. I wonder how Tingting is doing now." Old Lady Zheng reached out and held Mr. Zheng's hand. "Tingting must be doing well." Mr. Zheng nodded. Zheng Xianjing came in from outside with a tray. "Grandpa, Grandma, it's time to eat." The old couple wiped away their tears at the same time. Zheng Xianjing came over and placed the food on the table. "Grandpa, Grandma, you should eat something." "How can you not eat anything?" Old Lady Zheng nodded. Jinghua Village. After Ni Yang and village chiefly discussed the road construction, Li called for a village meeting the next day. Everyone was very excited after hearing the news. The biggest issue in rural areas is the roads. Bad roads mean that vehicles cannot enter, which hinders development. Moreover, during rainy days, the dirt roads would become extremely muddy. This not only inconvenienced the elderly and children, but also leaves everyone covered with mud. Ni Yang funding the road construction could be considered a great deed. "Village chief, is this true?" The others joined in the discussion as well. Village chief Li laughed. Matzi, look at what you're asking. Would I joke about something like this? This is fantastic. Yang Yang is our village's little lucky star. What do you mean, little lucky star? She's a big lucky star. Village chief Li continued. Everyone, quiet down. The thing is, since Yang Yang is funding this, we can't be inconsiderate. My suggestion is that each household contributes labor if they can, and if they can't, they can provide meals. We can't let Ni Yang bear all the work, labor, and expenses alone. Okay, I have no objections. I don't have any objections either. Village chief Li smiled. Since everyone agrees, then it is settled. Meeting adjourned. The next day, village chief Li brought in a construction team. Everyone with free time at home voluntarily came over to help. During the afternoon, they even took the initiative to bring snacks and tea to the construction team. When the surrounding villages found out that Jinghua village was building a road, they couldn't help but feel envious. Today is the 18th, the day the Shengguan family is coming to the Ni family for a visit and to acknowledge relations. To show their regard for the Shengguan family, and also to properly entertain them. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang moved to their new house a day earlier. Everything in the new house is new, with nothing to move, as long as people move in, that was all. And Ni Chingue lives next door, which makes sharing meals convenient. Mo Chishan came early in the morning. Today, Ni Chingue also took a special day off. Chapter 643, Shengguan Furong was slapped _2. Ni Tsuhua placed the breakfast on the table and said to Ni Yang, Yang, go and invite Grandma Lu over for breakfast. Usually, Grandma Lu lives alone. Today there were a lot of people around, so it would be a chance for her to mingle. All right. Ni Yang nodded. I'll go with you. Mo Chishan stood up to follow Ni Yang. Along the way, Mo Chishan curiously asked, Yang, who is Grandma Lu? Grandma Lu is a very kind old lady. She has no children and lives alone usually. While saying this, Ni Yang seemed to suddenly remember something and raised her wrist. Oh yes, this bracelet was given to me by Grandma Lu. Mo Chishan held Ni Yang's wrist and squinted at the bracelet. This bracelet? What about this bracelet? Ni Yang asked. Mo Chishan said, this bracelet seems to be from the Ming dynasty. Ming dynasty? Although Ni Yang knew this bracelet must be valuable, she never would have thought it was from the Ming dynasty. Mo Chishan nodded slightly. This Grandma Lu must have been born into a wealthy family, right? Ni Yang continued, it is said that Grandma Lu was a landowner's daughter in the past. Later, due to wars, she fled here. As they were talking, they arrived at Grandma Liu's house before long. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight Grandma Lu was feeding ducks in the yard. Grandma Lu. Yang is here. Grandma Lu looked up with a beaming smile. Good day, Grandma Lu. Mo Chishan greeted politely. Although most villagers already knew Mo Chishan, Grandma Lu did not. She rarely went out and had been sick in bed for a while. Who is this young man? Grandma Lu looked at Mo Chishan curiously. Ni Yang said, Grandma Lu, this is my boyfriend, Mo Chishan. Oh, Grandma Lu nodded repeatedly, very good. The young man is really handsome. How old is he? 28, Mo Chishan answered. 28? Grandma Lu calculated, that's 10 years older than our Yang Yang. It's good to be older. Older people know how to care for others. Where are you from, young man? Grandma Lu, you can just call me Xiaoma. I'm a local from Beijing. Good, good, good. Being a local is great. It's convenient to visit your parents' home when you're close by. After chatting with Grandma Lu for a while, Ni Yang explained why they came. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu said, well then, you two wait for me here. I'll go change my clothes. Alright, Ni Yang nodded. In a short while, Grandma Lu had changed her clothes and came out. For today, Grandma Lu had put on a wine-red tang suit that she would only wear during the new year. Her silver hair was meticulously combed to the back of her head and held tightly with a silver hairpin. Her face may be full of wrinkles, but she carried an aura of a lady from a reputable family. Today is Ni Quihua's big day. Grandma Lu can't let her down. That's why she dressed up. Grandma Lu, you look beautiful. Ni Yang walked over and supported Grandma Liu's arm. Grandma Lu grinned and said, not to brag, but I looked even better when I was young. Not only was Grandma Lu beautiful, but she was also very strong. Like the older people in the village, her feet had been bound when she was young. Normally, people with bound feet can't do heavy work. But she did everything. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of the Ni family. Ni Tsuihua warmly offered Grandma Lu the seat of honor. Grandma Lu declined, already showing me, a lonely old woman, the courtesy of inviting me over, is more than enough respect. How could I sit in the seat of honor? In Chinese etiquette, the seat of honor is usually reserved for the elderly and respected members of the household. Since Grandma Lu was born into a wealthy family, she knew this well. Ni Tsuihua said with a smile, you're our elder, it's appropriate for you to sit in the seat of honor. Apart from Sister Qinggui, I don't have any other relatives in the village. I am counting on you and Sister Qinggui to support me today. In all these years, no one has said such things to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was moved, her grip tightened around Ni Quihua's hand. Child, thank you. Thank you both for your kindness to this old woman. Jinghua village was unusually bustling today. There was a crowd gathered on the east side where the road was being repaired. On the west end of the village entrance, a group of elegantly dressed people were walking. They were chatting as they went along, clearly not ordinary villagers. Chapter 644, Shengguan Furong was slapped _3. A stranger in the village always garnered curiosity. Whose relative is this? Such an ostentatious entrance. I have no idea. Maybe they are relatives of Yang Yang's family. Seems like that to me. Looking at the curious villagers, a look of disdain crossed Shengguan Furong's face. Where there is poverty, there are peevish folks. Have they never seen a wealthy person before? Initially, Shengguan Furong had no intention of coming. Still, persuaded by the old lady Shengguan, she came. No matter what, Shengguan Dehui was her brother. She should save him face. Shengguan Furong is not an unreasonable person. But now, she regrets the decision terribly. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight looking at the village's low and humble earth houses, Shengguan Furong's disdain intensified. Which era are we living in that people still inhabit such homes? Does Ni Quihua's family also live in such houses? And the road is terrible. Cars can't even move on these rugged and potholed surfaces. Wearing high heels is an absolute torture, and it's excruciating. If Zhao Shen hadn't supported her, she would have stumbled countless times. Shangguan Furong, consumed with resentment, extends her hand to Zhao Shen, "I'm thirsty. Here is some mineral water." Zhao Shen quickly hands her a bottle from his bag. Shangguan Furong didn't reach out to take it. Zhao Shen asked, puzzled, "What's the matter?" Shangguan Furong replied irritably, "Open it." "Are you, dead man?" Oh. I'll open it for you now." "Shangguan," cries the old lady, "all you know is how to bully Zhao Shen." "Ask Zhao Shen if I bulldoze him," counters Shangguan Furong's. No, my mother, you misunderstand. Furong never bullies me," Zhao Shen responds instantly. The old lady Shangguan shakes her head helplessly. For Furong to marry Zhao Shen in this life, it must have been because she had accumulated a great deal of good karma in her previous life. Who else could tolerate her? The Zhao family are all honest people. Even Shangguan Furong's mother-in-law hardly dares say a harsh word to her. This was Shangguan Zai's first time in the countryside, and her eyebrows and eyes were filled with curiosity. The air in the countryside is so fresh. Wow! Is that sugarcane? Shangguan Su knocked Shangguan Shi on the head, "That's corn." Shangguan Shi stared at Shangguan Su, "So smart of you." "I intentionally said sugarcane. I'm old enough. Don't I recognize crops?" Shangguan Su shrugged, Yes, you know them all." "Of course I recognize them." To prove she really did recognize the crops, Shangguan Shi hugged the old lady Shangguan's arm and pointed at a lush field. "Grandma, look at those beautiful little cabbages." The old lady Shangguan laughed and replied, "That's canola." "Stupid." Shangguan Su flicked Shangguan Zai's forehead. Shangguan Shi moaned, touching her forehead, "I didn't get it wrong." Canola is another name for little cabbage. This canola isn't the same as the one we usually eat. It blooms in spring and produces seeds that could be used to extract cooking oil. That's why it's called canola, explained the old lady Shangguan. "You kids are really lucky. Not only do you not have to do anything, but now you can't even recognize crops. When I was your age, I had traveled all over the country." Although born in a noble and wealthy family, the old lady Shangguan had lived through a time of war and hardship. Feeling embarrassed, Shangguan Shi toyed with her hair and changed the subject. "Dad, when will we finally get to Aunt Dia's place?" "Soon." Shangguan Dehui replied, "When we round the next bend, we'll be there." Oh. In no time, they arrived at the gate of Ni Chenghui's quadrangle. Shangguan Dehui, unaware that Ni Kuihua's family had moved to a new house, knocked on Ni Chenghui's gate. The obvious look of distaste on Shangguan Furong's face as she studied the somewhat old quadrangle was hard to ignore. This house is absolutely deteriorated. No wonder Ni Tsuehua is scheming to be with Shangguan Dehui. Most likely, she wants to turn into the proverbial phoenix. What on earth Shang Dehui saw in a woman like Ni Tsuehua was beyond Furong's comprehension. Creak. Instead of their gate, the door next to it opened. Ni Tsuehua stood at the door. "Auntie, Sister Su Lian, Furong, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, you all came, come in quickly." Ni Tsuehua welcomed everyone inside her house. Chapter 645, Shangguan Furong was slapped _4. Upon entering the courtyard, one could immediately notice the vibrant life within it. The rose-covered wall, the swing beneath the grapevine, and a small, colorful goldfish pond. Although the pond wasn't large, it had a well-designed drainage system with an antique water wheel installed by its side. The ground of the courtyard was not cemented, but carpeted with sturdy grass with a path of pebbles laid into it instead. Clusters of vibrant, multicolored plums were blooming on either side of the path. "It's so beautiful," Shangguan Shi exclaimed. Even Shangguan Furong was slightly taken aback. She originally thought that she would step into a dirty and messy farmhouse. But what she saw was a miniature version of Jiangnan. Madame Shangguan asked, "Dia, did you have someone design this courtyard?" Not only was the courtyard beautiful, but its layout was also very reasonable. Attention was even given to feng shui considerations. Ni Tsuhua said, no, it was Yang Yang who designed it herself. Before Madame Shangguan could respond, Shangguan Furong remarked, well, Yang Yang from your family is really talented. She was already singing praises for Ni Yang even before she became part of the Shangguan family. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron, 0 Ni Yang's design? A little village girl like Ni Yang managed to design such a beautiful courtyard? What a ridiculous joke. She mustn't hurt her back making such big claims. Ni Tsuhua chuckled and responded, this child has been clever since she was young. This left Shangguan Furong speechless. She had never seen someone as shameless as Ni Tsuehua before. Didn't Ni Tsuehua realize that she was being sarcastic? Ni Tsuehua dared to take it seriously. She even went on about how smart Ni Yang was. Oh my God. Why did such people exist in this world? Madame Shangguan intervened, it's all due to your good parenting, Dia. Without a good mother to guide and teach, how could there be such an outstanding daughter? One could tell from Ni Quihua's behavior and demeanor that she was a very well-bred person. The group then entered the house together. The interior decoration was even more beautiful. The modern minimalist style was embellished with classical elements, perfectly combining a sense of the past and the present. The hand-painted plum blossoms on the wall seemed to be blooming in snow. Ni Tsuhua took the initiative to introduce everyone, Auntie, Sister Su Lian, Furong, brother-in-law, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxi, let me introduce you. This is Auntie Lu, this is my sister Ni Qinggui. Since Ni Yang called the older lady Granny Lu, Ni Tsuehua would have to address her as Auntie Lu to avoid confusion in seniority. Everyone greeted each other warmly. Ni Qinggui observed everyone subtly. Madame Shangguan seemed very kind. Su Lian appeared savvy. Shangguan Furong appeared arrogant, as though she might be difficult to get along with. Zhao Shen looked like a pushover, judging by his demeanor. He would probably have no say at home. As for Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, the children seemed flawless. They were beautiful and very polite. Overall, the members of the Shangguan family gave Ni Qinggui a favorable impression. Just then, Ni Yang and Nemo Qishan descended from upstairs. Ni Tsuhua said, oh, yes, this is Yang Yang's boyfriend, Mo Qishan. You can just call him Xiaoma. Ni Tsuhua cheerfully introduced Mo Qishan to everyone while holding him by the hand. Boyfriend. Ni Yang even had a boyfriend now. Shangguan Su was momentarily stupefied. Mo Qishan respectfully greeted everyone. Everyone's expression became subtly uncomfortable at the sight of Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan, the man with the worst reputation in their high society circle. How did Ni Yang end up with Mo Qishan? Especially Shangguan Furong, her disgust was almost visible in her eyes. If Ni Tsuehua married Shangguan Dehui, then Ni Yang would be considered her half-niece. How could her niece marry such a man? It was one thing for Ni Tsuehua to throw herself at Shangguan Dehui, but Shangguan Furong wouldn't tolerate anyone else tarnishing the reputation of the Shangguan family. Wouldn't she be ridiculed for being related to a wastrel like Mo Qishan by marriage? At that moment, Shangguan Furong was feeling absolutely frustrated. No way. She had to prevent this from happening. Either let Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua break up, or ensure Ni Yang and Mo Qishan broke up. Ni Yang couldn't be with a man like Mo Qishan. Shangguan Dehui, smiling, extended his hand to shake Mo Qishan's. Xiaoma, do you remember me? I carried you in my arms when you were a child. Years ago, the Shangguan family and Mo family had some connections, but over time, their relationship faded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Shangguan Furong was slapped _5. Shangguan Dehui respected Ni Yang's views and did not interfere with her feelings. Because he knew that Ni Yang was a person with her own thoughts and ideas. Perhaps, Mo Chishan was not as unbearable as he appeared to be. Mo Chishan smiled and said, "Of course, I remember." Looking at Mo Chishan, Grandma Shengguan thought for a long time, and finally said, "Oh, you are the sixth one from the Mo family, right?" Mo Chishan nodded, "That's right, madam." Grandma Shengguan laughed, "I used to play mahjong with your mother, and she often mentioned you." Although Mo Chishan's reputation was not so good, he was handsome, vibrant, especially when standing next to Ni Yang. That was a pleasing sight. Grandma Shengguan had a very good first impression of Mo Chishan. Everyone used to say that the sixth one of the Mo family was a waste of space, but today's impression of him was very different from the rumors. Not only is he high-spirited, but also modest and courteous, gentle as jade, and definitely not useless. If such a person is considered useless, then there probably aren't many normal people in Beijing. Grandma Shengguan had seen countless people and would never misjudge someone. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. And Ni Yang was so outstanding, her judgment of people couldn't be that bad, could it? Shengguan Furong stood up and looked at Mo Chishan. "You are the Mo Chishan who was rejected by Jingrong." Shengguan Furong's aunt, Zhao Yeshu, is Jingrong's aunt as well. Zhao Yeshu often talked about Mo Chishan in front of the Shengguan family. Mo Chishan was the embodiment of uselessness, a wastrel without any achievements or career. If any girl were to marry him, it would mean she was extremely unlucky. If the Zhao family knew that the person they didn't want was actually picked up by the Shengguan family, what would people think of the Shengguan family? Isn't this ridiculous? Zhao Shen's family and Jingrong also had some family connections. The more Shengguan Furong thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. These words were clearly intended to embarrass Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan was not upset and nodded, yes. He had heard countless sarcastic comments, so if he were to care about each one, he would probably have died of anger by now. It turns out Mo Chishan had such thick skin. He even had the nerve to nod. Did he think he was being honorable? Shengguan Furong smiled, knowing the answer but still asked, "I'm a very curious person. Why did Jingrong break off the engagement with you?" Grandma Shengguan immediately laughed to smooth things over. "Nowadays, young people are free to love. It's normal that they don't like the old style of arranged marriages. Unlike in our era, where men and women often got married without even having seen each other." At the same time, Grandma Shengguan gave Shengguan Furong a warning look. This child, she was becoming more and more tactless. Aunt Lu agreed, "Big sister, you're right. It wasn't like this during our time." Shengguan Furong still didn't give up, but I'm still very curious about why. "By any chance, did Jingrong look down on you?" Furong. Grandma Shengguan frowned slightly. Zhao Shen carefully tugged at Shengguan Furong's sleeve, whispering, "Furong, I think Mom seems angry." Shengguan Furong glared at Zhao Shen. Ni Yang walked over with a smile, curling her arm through Mo Chishan's. "Why bother about the reason? I like Brother Mo, and Brother Mo also likes me," so he broke off the engagement with Zhao Jingrong. Just as Shengguan Furong was about to say something else, Ni Yang interjected, "Aunt Furong, do you know why Xiaoming's grandmother lived to the age of 103? Shengguan Furong asked subconsciously, "Why?" Ni Yang said lightly, "Because Xiaoming's grandmother never interfered with others' affairs." "I wish you also a long life." Ni Chengui almost laughed out loud. Even Shengguan she wanted to applaud Ni Yang. What a great answer. In short life? Shengguan Furong was so angry that she almost passed out on the spot. This Ni Yang was completely ungrateful. Even after she showed her the true face of Mo Chishan, not only did she not show any gratitude, she even insulted her. She was absolutely without any manners. And yet, she couldn't think of any way to rebut this. "Brother Mo, let's go to the kitchen and prepare the food." Ni Yang looked up at Mo Chishan. "All right." Mo Chishan nodded. The two of them said goodbye to everyone and headed towards the kitchen. Shengguan Su watched their retreating figures. He seemed to be in a daze. With Ni Yang's conditions, she could have found someone better. Why does it have to be Mo Chishan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, Shengguan Furong was slapped _6. Moreover, it was evident that Ni Yang was very protective of Mo Chishan. Did Mo Chishan really possess some extraordinary qualities? Ni Yang and Mo Chishan went into the kitchen. Brother Mo, I'm sorry for making you feel embarrassed. Ni Yang gripped Mo Chishan's hand. Mo Chishan's thin lips parted slightly. So you're gonna comfort me? Should I hug you then? Ni Yang pulled Mo Chishan into a hug. Mo Chishan chuckled, patting her hair. Is this what you call an embarrassment? You're really not angry? Ni Yang looked up at Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan shook his head. There's no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. If he cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have become the person he is today. His current status allows him to see many things that can't be seen from a high position. Like the human heart. Grandma Shengguan took an opportunity to pull Shengguan Furong into a corner, admonishing her harshly, and only then did Shengguan Furong finally calm down. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. She stopped picking at things during lunch. Of course, it might also be because Ni Yang's cooking was too delicious. The dishes on the table were quite unusual. Such as grilled fish, sour fish, boiled meat, hot pot, which were unfamiliar to everyone. Beijing people generally like spicy food, and this meal was perfectly to their taste. Shengguan, she was utterly amazed. Yang, the food you cook is really delicious. Even better than the pickled fish noodles and Kanto stew you sell in your restaurant. Absolutely, Grandma Shengguan also gave Ni Yang a thumbs up. Ni Yang's cooking skills were absolutely divine. Shengguan Furong looked up at Ni Yang. The food was very delicious. Ni Yang's face was pretty too. Beyond these two advantages, it seemed hard to find other advantages in Ni Yang. Considering her status in the circle, she could find someone better for Ni Yang than Mo Chishan. Shengguan Furong narrowed her eyes, plotting inside. After dinner, Shengguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua took everyone to stroll around the village. Ni Yang and Mo Chishan stayed in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only Ni Chengui and Grandma Shengguan remained in the house. Grandma Shengguan tactfully mentioned the wedding date of Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui to Ni Chengui. It wouldn't be right to talk about this matter directly with Ni Tsuehua. It was more appropriate to discuss it with Ni Chengui. Chengui, both of them are not young anymore. I was thinking, if they can marry early, they should marry early, so as to avoid any additional troubles. If Daya is not willing to move to my place, it's fine for Dehui to accompany her here, as long as they visit me once a week. Grandma Shengguan was not the kind of person who wouldn't make a concession. Ni Tsuehua had lived here for a long time and was used to it. If she suddenly had to move to the Shengguan's house, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, Shengguan Dehui used to live on campus, so there wouldn't be a problem if he stayed here with Ni Tsuehua after their marriage. Ni Chengui nodded. You're right, Grandma, but I can't decide this for Yang Yang's mother. How about this, please leave your number, and I'll ask Ni Tsuehua and then confirm with you. How does that sound? Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Grandma Shengguan continued, once things are settled on your end, I'll arrange for the matchmaker to come. Although it was a second marriage, the formalities wouldn't have to be neglected. Okay, Ni Chengui nodded. She had to admit, Grandma Shengguan was quite considerate. They returned to Beijing in the evening. Shengguan Furong said, I don't agree with Ni Yang being with Mo Chishan. You don't agree? What gives you the right to decide? Grandma Shengguan looked at Shengguan Furong unhappily. Is it up to you now? Shengguan Dehui's face also didn't look too pleased. Shengguan Furong's performance in the Ni family's house in the morning had made him lose face in front of Ni Tsuehua. Fortunately, Mo Chishan was magnanimous and didn't pay her any mind. Mom. I'm doing this for the sake of the Shengguan family. Shangguan Furong continued, you allowed my brother to be with Dia, that's fine. But now you're letting Dia's daughter be with Mo Qishan. Isn't this a disgrace to our family? Auntie Zhao has said all those things about Mo Qishan in front of us, and it's not like you weren't aware. Why should we take someone that Zhao Jingrong doesn't want for the Shangguan family? Even if Grandma Shangguan could ignore the shame, she still had to save face. Ni Yang's surname is Ni, not Shangguan. Shangguan Dehui spoke out coldly, are you insisting on meddling in other people's affairs? Shangguan Furong turned to look at Shangguan Dehui, shocked, Dia is about to marry you. Isn't Ni Yang supposed to change her surname? Do you mean to let the Shangguan family support them while they keep the Ni surname? This is unacceptable. I disagree. If someone marries into the family, they follow the family. Now that Ni Tsuehua is about to marry into the Shangguan family, she would belong to the Shangguan family. As Ni Kuihua's daughter, Ni Yang naturally couldn't continue to bear Ni Kuihua's surname. If Ni Yang continued to bear the Ni surname, what would this mean? You don't have the right to disagree. Said Shangguan Dehui, Ni Yang is capable of supporting herself. She is far more excellent than you can imagine. Shangguan Furong huffed, isn't she just a noodle vendor? What's so great about that? Brother, you're just a typical case of a man forgetting his sister after getting a wife. I share a blood connection with you, yet now you're willing to turn against me for a stranger? I only have your best interests at heart. Dia is nothing but a seductress. She doesn't deserve to set foot in our home. Here, Shangguan Furong paused before continuing, I'm laying down the rules today, either you break up with Dia, or Ni Yang ends things with Mo Qishan. Otherwise, Dia won't be allowed into the Shangguan family's house. Also, Ni Yang must change her surname. She doesn't have the right to bear the Ni surname any longer. Shut up. Overwhelmed, Shangguan Dehui finally gave her a slap. After that slap, the car fell silent. Shangguan Furong covered her face, looking at Shangguan Dehui incredulously, you hit me? You actually hit me? Zhao Shen finally reacted and cried anxiously, Furong, are you okay? Does it hurt? Shangguan Furong angrily pushed Zhao Shen's hand away, Shangguan Dehui. How dare you hit me? Shangguan Dehui had never hit her before. But today, she had been slapped by Shangguan Dehui. In front of everyone. Even teenagers like Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were present. And also Su Lian, who had always been at odds with her. How was she supposed to carry herself now? Was this how Shangguan Dehui was going to treat her? Well slapped. Grandma Shangguan spoke coldly, if you weren't slapped, you would never understand your place. You may arrogantly throw your weight around in the Zhao family, where people accommodate your behavior, but not in the Shangguan family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, When did you become so close with her? _1 Shangguan Furong was so angry that her whole body was trembling, her left cheek covered by her hand, tears falling like cut strings of pearls. Shangguan Dehui had hit her, and it was bad enough that the elder Mrs. Shangguan hadn't defended her, but even worse, she had poured oil on the flames, blaming Shangguan Furong instead. In her mind, she was only doing all of this for the good of the Shangguan family. Would she ever even say a word if she didn't carry the Shangguan name? Now she has become the villain. Do you think I wanted to meddle in everything? Everything I've done for the Shangguan family. Matriarch Shangguan cast a glance at Shangguan Furong. I will tell you once again, the affairs of the Shangguan family do not need your intervention. What was supposed to have been a happy occasion was wrecked into a complete mess by Shangguan Furong. The atmosphere inside the carriage was heavy with tension. Once they stepped out of the carriage, Shangguan Shi set out to comfort Shangguan Furong. Aunt, don't be angry, my father was too impulsive today, he didn't mean to hurt you. Actually, it was the first time Shangguan Shi had ever seen Shangguan Dehui explode with such anger. The Shangguan Dehui in his memories has always been gentle and cultured. He had never even erupted in anger in front of others. That moment had startled even Shangguan Shi. Truly, a beautiful face brings disaster, said Shangguan Furong. For this, I don't blame your father. Blame should fall on Dia. If not for her, your father would have never treated me like this. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. Since she was a child, Shangguan Dehui had always doted on her. Had never spoken harshly to her. Shangguan Shi continued, Aunt, it's not Aunt Dia's fault. I've observed her closely. Aunt Dia is a very reasonable person. Before Shangguan Shi had finished, Shangguan Furong interrupted, Xiaoxi, by the tone of your voice, am I the one to blame for all this? Dia hadn't even married into the Shangguan family yet, and she was already being treated as an outsider. If Dia were to marry into the Shangguan family, would her voice not even matter anymore? Aunt, that's not what I meant. Shangguan Shi chose his words carefully, afraid of upsetting Shangguan Furong if he misspoke. I think you may be misunderstanding Aunt Dia. Shangguan Furong remained silent, her face cold. Shangguan Shi was still a child, she could let it slide with him. But she would definitely hold Ni Tsuihua accountable for all that had happened. So, you also believe Ni Yang need not change her surname? Shangguan Furong asked. Aunt. Shangguan Shi continued, Ni Yang is an individual in her own right. She belongs to herself and no one else. Furthermore, she's of age now. Whether she wants to change her surname or not, we can't force her. It should be her own decision. Besides, Aunt Dia raised her single-handedly since she was little. The Shangguan family has never paid for any of her upbringing. Isn't it unreasonable to force Ni Yang to change her surname? Shangguan Shi, like his father, was known for being reasonable. Everyone is siding with her. Shangguan Shi said, Aunt, perhaps you can try putting yourself in their shoes. If it were you, would you be willing to have your daughter, whom you've raised painstakingly for 18 years, change her surname? Xiaoxi, what are you trying to say? Shangguan Furong was shocked. Are you cursing your own aunt for the sake of an outsider? That was just too much. Now, it seems no one from the Shangguan family even cared for her anymore. No, Shangguan Shi hurried to explain, Aunt, I was merely making a comparison. Shangguan Furong took a deep breath. Fine. Let's leave this matter aside for the moment. Let's talk about Ni Yang's personal affairs. Everybody is well aware of who Mo Qishan is. Dia is going to marry into the Shangguan family, and if her daughter is with Mo Qishan, wouldn't that reflect poorly on the Shangguan family? Mo Qishan was nothing more than a failure. What qualifications did he have to be a son-in-law of the Shangguan family? The mere thought of it gave Shangguan Furong a headache. Shangguan Shi said, Aunt, I believe we don't need to meddle in this affair, do we? After all, it's Ni Yang's personal business. Freedom of love is granted in today's society. She can be with whoever she likes. Everyone ought to mind their own business. Meddling too much would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Shangguan Furong was seething with anger. No one understood her. They made her feel as if she was a nosy person. But it is our family's reputation at stake. Shangguan Shi didn't know how to comfort Shangguan Furong anymore. Her thoughts were too extreme. Aunt, Shangguan Shi tried to soften his voice, I think Mo Qishan isn't as bad as people say. Think about it, if he were truly useless, would he behave so gracefully? I think there is a misunderstanding about him in the outside world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649. When did you become so close with her? _2. If Mo Qishan is really a waste, then there wouldn't be any normal people in the world. Shangguan Furong felt that she couldn't communicate with Shangguan Shi anymore. She snorted coldly. If he's not a waste, would Zhao Jingrong have broken off the engagement with him? The Shangguan family's status in the circle is not lower than the Zhao family's. Why would they want someone that even the Zhao family has discarded? The Shangguan family aren't a garbage recycling service. Maybe, Zhao Jingrong was just mistaken, Shangguan, she reasoned. A waste is a waste. Zhao Jingrong, returned from studying abroad in M country, would she be mistaken? Only a naive country girl like Ni Yang would think she's struck gold. She doesn't even mind the shame. Shangguan, she let out a small sigh, held Shangguan Furong's arm, and said, Aunt, Ni Yang is an outstanding girl, she's no worse than Zhao Jingrong. You don't need to think about it that much. Shangguan Furong's eyes were full of mockery. A country girl wants to compete with a person who studied abroad. Xiaoxi, you must be out of your mind. Shangguan, she was silent. She felt like she really couldn't communicate with Shangguan Furong. In psychology, what was this called? Midlife crisis? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, but the age for midlife crisis is around 45 to 60 for women. Shangguan Furong is only in her 30s this year, claiming she's undergoing a midlife crisis wouldn't fit in terms of her age. The aunt and niece walked ahead, while Zhao Shen followed behind. After sending Shangguan Furong home and comforting her a bit, Zhao Shen returned to the car. The old Mrs. Shangguan asked, How's your aunt? Shangguan Furong is her only daughter, pampered since a child, with strong and proud personality. The old Mrs. Shangguan was afraid that she might do something desperate. Shangguan, she said, I think she should be fine. The old Mrs. Shangguan sighed lightly. It's my fault for not educating her well since childhood. She's got such a bad temper. Grandma, don't worry too much, comforted Shangguan. My aunt has always been like this, but she's not a bad person, just ignore her. At times like this, Shangguan, she could only comfort both parties. The old Mrs. Shangguan nodded, turned to Su Lian, Sister Lian, I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Su Lian said, every family has its own problems. Don't think too much about it. The old Mrs. Shangguan continued, if only Furong was half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. The old Mrs. Shangguan was truly grateful to Su Lian. Su Fen had a difficult delivery. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were twins, born with a particularly weak constitution. At that time, Su Lian's child had just turned 8 months old and she had abundant breast milk. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were nursed by Su Lian. Although Su Lian was just an aunt, for Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, it was no different from a biological mother. That's why Shangguan Dehui respects Su Lian so much. Zhao family. After Shangguan Furong returned home, the more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she found everything disagreeable. Zhao Shen was standing nervously to one side, afraid of being implicated. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was in a bad mood, Mrs. Zhao carefully brought over a plate of cut fruits. Furong, these fruits were just delivered by Uncle Lin today, they're fresh and sweet. Eating more can also help dispel your body heat. At those words, Shangguan Furong became even angrier. Mom, what are you implying? Do I look angry to you? Are you here to laugh at me because my brother hit me? She was bullied by both, her parental and marital families. How unlucky could she be? Mrs. Zhao explained, Furong, you're misunderstanding. I didn't mean it that way, I just thought that you. Shangguan Furong turned to look at Mrs. Zhao, and interrupted her, then what did you mean? I think you did it on purpose. Furong, don't be angry. It's all my fault. If you don't want to eat, I'll take the fruit away. Mrs. Zhao reached out to take the fruit plate. The daughter-in-law was so bad-tempered. Mrs. Zhao had no choice but to endure. After all, she was getting old, and even if she was wronged, she wouldn't be wronged for too many days. Poor Zhao Shen. He would have to suffer for a lifetime. Mrs. Zhao sighed inwardly. Enough is enough. Shangguan Furong frowned and said, Mom, go back to your room and rest. What are you doing causing a ruckus here? Don't I look distraught enough to you? The old woman is truly annoying. She just knows how to create trouble. Mrs. Zhao then said, then I'll go out for a walk. Shangguan Furong said impatiently, just go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650. When did you become so close with her? _3. As soon as she finished speaking, Shengguan Furong glared at Zhao Shen. You go away too. Standing here like a nail. It's so annoying. If it were another man whose wife got hit, he would definitely fight back immediately. But Zhao Shen, he doesn't even dare to fart. Just like a waste. Alright, Zhao Shen nodded and responded, following old lady Zhao out of the room. As the mother and son left the room, old lady Zhao sighed, Shenbao. When will you be able to stand up for yourself? Mom, Furong's temper is a bit strong, but her heart is kind, Zhao Shen said, helping old lady Zhao down the stairs. She hasn't mistreated you, nor did she keep you deprived. Old lady Zhao helplessly shook her head. Isn't a bad temper a flaw? In all of Beijing, which daughter-in-law would arbitrarily command her mother-in-law? Old lady Zhao has worked all her life for the Zhao family, only to have to rely on others in the end, and put up with Shengguan Furong's changing moods every day. What sort of deal is that? From the dark, a shadow hid behind the green plants, quietly listening to the mother and son's conversation. Source: web novel. Updated on Omicron. Old lady Zhao continued, Shenbao, isn't equality between men and women being emphasized now? When can our family have this equality? Mom, let it go, Zhao Shen said. It's fine as it is. Why stir up trouble in the family? Old lady Zhao sighed, Shenbao, I ache for you. The most important thing between husband and wife is respect. Where else would a husband get punished and slapped by his wife at the drop of a hat? Think about it, hasn't Shengguan Furong bullied you enough? I think you should learn from Dehui. If that doesn't work, seize power with force. She didn't expect Shengguan Furong to be virtuous. She only wished Shengguan Furong could temper her strong nature, have Zhao Shen suffer less and make their home feel more like a home. Zhao Shen replied, Mom, I know you care about me. But Furong is just like that, even her own mother can't do anything about her. What can I do? It doesn't matter. That's how I've been living my life anyway. Zhao Shen once complained to old lady Shengguan. Old lady Shengguan reprimanded Shengguan Furong, but in the end, it was useless and even led Shengguan Furong to become more unruly. After that, Zhao Shen didn't dare to complain easily anymore. Old lady Zhao waved her hand, forget it, I also didn't have hope that you could actually resist. As mother and son moved further away, the dim street light cast long shadows of the two, and a dark green leaf fell on the ground. Shengguan Furong sat on the sofa, watching her own face in the mirror. Dehui was brutal, there was a clear handprint visible on her left cheek. Just then, the butler walked in from outside. Madam. What's the matter? Shengguan Furong looked up at the butler with annoyance. The butler swallowed and said, Comrade Lin Fong is here. Don't see her. Shengguan Furong uttered angrily, tell her to go home. All right, the butler nodded, turned around and walked towards the door. Lin Fong was carrying a gift. When she saw that the butler had come out, she immediately went up to him. How is it, Butler Lin? Has Madame Zhao agreed to let me in? The butler shook his head and regretfully said, Madam isn't in a good mood today, you should come back another day. All right then. Since Shengguan Furong would not see her, she had to leave. As she turned to walk away, Lin Fong turned around and asked, Butler Lin, we both have the surname Lin, maybe 100 years ago we were from the same family. You know why I came today, do you have any news on this? Butler Lin looked back at the room, then to the outside, and in a lowered voice said, Comrade Lin Fong, I suggest you give up on the Shengguan family. I heard from Madam that the Shengguan family has found an old flame, they have met and are now discussing the wedding date. Lin Fang's heart skipped a beat, she was extremely distressed. Originally, the position of Shengguan's matron was hers. And now it's been stolen by others. Fortunately, she now had a new goal in mind. Lin Fang sighed, all right, I understand, thank you. You're welcome. After learning this news, Lin Fong with her gifts made her way back. The Ni family. After the Shangguan family left, Ni Chingue helped Ni Tsuhua tidy up the dishes in the kitchen. Ni Chingue said, Yang Yang's mother, I think Dehui Shangguan's family is quite nice. The old lady is kind, and her children are obedient. When do you plan to settle things with him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651. When did you become so close with her? _4. Even though Shangguan Furong was a bit of a handful, she was, after all, a married woman, living away from the Shangguan family. Therefore, she wouldn't have much impact on Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dihui's lives. Ni Tsuehua was stunned for a moment, then said, There's no rush with this matter, what's there to rush? You two are nearly 40 and 50 years old respectively. Ni Tsuehua continued, We are both remarrying and we want the wedding to be simple. All we need to do is get a certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. There's nothing much to prepare for. She had everything she wanted and was already very content. How could that be acceptable? When we got married back then, all we needed was a red cloth and a red gown. But times have changed. Now the wealthy are getting married in wedding dresses, looking stunning. Yang Yang's mom, now that you have the means, you definitely should wear a wedding dress at least once. Wedding dresses were not yet popular in the countryside of the 1980s. But in the city, everyone was wearing them. Wedding dresses had become a popular trend. Ni Tsuehua laughed and said, They are for the younger ones. I am not so young anymore. Ni Chingue replied, What does it have to do with age? If you have the means, why not wear it? If you don't wear one now, you will surely regret it later when you are older. He then added, Yang Yang's mom, seriously, when exactly are you and Shangguan planning on holding the wedding? Madame Shangguan is waiting for a response. Ni Tsuehua considered for a moment, then said, perhaps we'll hold it in early spring after the Chinese New Year. At this time of the year, Ni Yang was quite busy. Little Ni Yun was still small, and Ni Tsuehua wanted to spend more time with Shangguan Dehui before the wedding. Having experienced a failed marriage once, Ni Tsuehua was somewhat fearful of the term marriage. Source: web novel. Updated on Omicron New. Hearing this, Ni Chingue was relieved. Actually, the people of Shangguan family, including Shangguan Dihui's sister-in-law Su Lian, are all very nice. It's just that Shangguan Furong is a bit off. You know the old saying, eldest sister-in-law is just like a mother-in-law, youngest sister-in-law is like a noisy gong. Be careful with her when you live with Shangguan Dehui. Eldest sister-in-law is just like a mother-in-law, youngest sister-in-law is like a noisy gong. This is a folk proverb. It means that the eldest sister-in-law tends to meddle in her husband's family affairs, while the youngest sister-in-law is prone to making trouble. Clearly, Shangguan Furong was no good at all. Ni Tsuehua chuckled, I won't be living with her anyway, so what's there to worry about? Ni Chingue said, the fear is that she will be nosy and stir up trouble. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. You wouldn't want to regret it later if you end up being taken advantage of. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Ni Chingue continued, your future mother-in-law is indeed a good person. She told me today that she agrees to let Shangguan Dehui live with you after the wedding. It was rare for a mother-in-law to agree to let her son live in her daughter-in-law's house. This arrangement was hardly different from having a stay-at-home son-in-law. Really? Ni Tsuehua was somewhat surprised. She was actually quite fearful of living in a large mansion of a wealthy family. Absolutely. Ni Chingue replied, Madame Shangguan told me herself. But there is one condition, she hopes you two can visit her once a week. Ni Tsuehua nodded, that would only be right. After hearing this, Ni Tsuehua felt much more relieved. As the night deepened, Ni Yang saw Mo Chishan off at the edge of the village. The nights in October were rather crisp. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen on everything. By the time they arrived at the outskirts of the village, the car hadn't arrived yet. Mo Chishan held Ni Yang's hand. Yang, Ni Yang looked up at him, her long lashes casting dense shadows on her eyelids. Mo Chishan continued, when are your mom and Uncle Shengguan planning on holding their wedding? Ni Yang was taken aback. She didn't expect Mo Chishan to ask this question. She thought that Mo Chishan would have some reservations about the Shengguan family to some extent. During dinner, although Shengguan Furong didn't openly ridicule Mo Chishan anymore, she didn't show him a friendly face either. I'm asking you a question. Mo Chishan pinched her face a bit. Ni Yang replied, older brother Mo, aren't you even a little bothered by Aunt Furong's attitude? Why would I care about what she does? Mo Chishan replied, she is her, and Uncle Shengguan is Uncle Shengguan. At the very least, the rest of the people from the Shengguan family are very polite. Ni Yang nodded, older brother Mo, you're right. You haven't answered my question yet. Mo Chishan continued. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, I'm not sure about that either. I don't know what my mom and Uncle Shengguan have planned. She had no objections, no matter when the wedding was held. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, When did you become so close with her? _5. Mo Chishan looked up at the bright moon and said, I hope they can get married soon. Why? Ni Yang was somewhat puzzled. Because then we can be together sooner. Mo Chishan lowered his head and unexpectedly kissed her red lips. The temperature at the corners of his mouth was slightly cool, his lips as thin as paper as though he was kissing an ice cube. Ni Yang pushed him away, laughing and leaving a row of teeth marks on his lips. Shameless, who wants to be with you sooner? You haven't passed the probation period yet. Boss, isn't it unfair? Mo Chishan said, feeling aggrieved. It's been a long time, why haven't I passed the probation period? Ni Yang quirked an eyebrow. You dare to question the words of your superior? I dare not, I dare not. Mo Chishan surrendered. Whatever you say is right, boss. Ni Yang laughed lightly, nodding and said, that sounds more like it. All thanks to you, boss. Ni Yang smiled faintly, her lips curling in a shallow dimple. The moonlight shone a layer of soft glow on her body. The gentle breeze blew her long hair, and she seemed like an immortal who had descended from the moon. One couldn't help but want to kiss her. Mo Chishan stepped forward, extended a finger to gently lift her chin. His lips parted slightly. Boss, shouldn't you reward me since I am such an obedient person? His nose was only 0.1 millimeters from hers. Source, web novel. Updated on N0 New. The cold moonlight penetrated from the side, illuminating both of them, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. He is such a great charmer. Ni Yang looked at him quietly. Even for someone like her who had returned from the future, she found it difficult to resist Mo Chishan's sweet words. Such beauty is fatal to man. Their thin lips drew closer, their noses touching. Just at that moment, a harsh white light shone from a distance, followed by the sound of a car engine. Ni Yang quickly pushed Mo Chishan away, tidied up her hair, and behaved as if nothing had happened. Mo Chishan, caught off guard, nearly stumbled. Looking at the origin of the white light, his face turned as black as coal. The car was getting closer and closer. Wu Daming, who was in the driver's seat, got quite a scare seeing Mo Chishan in such a state. Oh shit. How terrifying. Who had the guts to upset Mo Chishan? Was it Ni Yang? Did they have a falling out? Looking at Ni Yang, she seemed just as usual. What on earth is going on? Wu Daming parked the car and got out with a goofy grin on his face. Good evening to brother 6 and sister-in-law. Good evening. Ni Yang's tone was indifferent. Mo Chishan's entire face screamed unhappiness. He had learned about the French kiss from a book yesterday, but hadn't had the opportunity to put it into practice. Finally, when there was a perfect chance, Sixth brother, what's wrong? When Wu Daming walked up to Mo Qishan, he asked, are you feeling unwell? Mo Qishan forced a smile, I'm fine, I'm very well. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently, oh, it's good if you're fine, brother Six. Let's go back then. Okay. Mo Qishan nodded. I'll go back first then, see you, big brother Mo. Ni Yang waved at Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan then said, light the way for your sister-in-law with the headlights. Okay. Wu Daming nodded, ran to the car, switched on the headlights, illuminating the road in front of him as bright as day. Watching Ni Yang's figure disappear by the roadside, Mo Qishan then got in the car. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, held it between his thin lips and said, Daming. Wu Daming responded and turned his head, what's up, brother Six? Mo Qishan continued, there have been a few minor issues with the engineering department in F continent. You will go on my behalf to take a look. Along the way, take charge of supervising the work. In 2 months, I will arrange for someone suitable to take over your job. F continent? Upon hearing this word, Wu Daming's brows furrowed deeply. The sun in F continent is scorching, the weather hot and conditions harsh. Spending a day there would peel off a layer of skin. If he stays for 2 months, he would be so sunburnt that even his mother won't recognize him when he returns. He hasn't even gotten married yet. Wu Daming was almost in tears, Sixth brother, what did I do wrong? Mo Qishan took a drag from his cigarette, you didn't do anything wrong. You are just too outstanding, too excellent. What? Wu Daming was stunned. Was Mo Qishan praising him? There's no one else but you who can handle this job around me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, When did you become so close with her? _6. Really? Truly? Wu Daming asked in surprise. Mo Qishan gave a slight nod, of course. Sixth brother, you're the best. Wu Daming said confidently, don't worry, I won't let you down. I believe you. Naive Wu Daming didn't realize he was being schemed by Mo Qishan. He packed up his things the very next day, and happily boarded the plane to the M continent. With time, the business of the Color of Heaven and Earth restaurant kept booming. Due to the expensive dishes, there weren't people waiting in line every day, but it was always full house. Besides, more than 30 of the 50 membership cards had been successfully sold. Now, it was the first choice for high-end banquets. Not only did the Color of Heaven restaurant have a good environment and service, but the food was also excellent, far superior to other restaurants. Mr. Wang, this way, Sheng Guansu led a few middle-aged men in suits inside. Among them, there were a few foreign men. Welcome, gentlemen. Please come in, the greeter greeted warmly from inside. Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron New. As soon as they stepped inside, they were dazzled. Nobody expected the interior decoration of the restaurant to be so stunning. It exuded an ancient charm everywhere. It gave an illusion of stepping back in time. The man referred to as Mr. Wang exclaimed, when did such a restaurant open in Beijing? I had no idea. The foreign men also gasped in astonishment. This restaurant was simply too stunning. This expression arose spontaneously, without any embellishment. Sheng Guansu said, given that you're not often in the country, it's normal not to know. Mr. Wang turned to Sheng Guansu, asking, who's the owner of this restaurant? Someone capable of opening this kind of restaurant in Beijing must be an influential figure. It seems there is going to be a shift in power in Beijing. Who exactly was this rising star? Sheng Guansu shook his head, I'm not quite sure. Mr. Wang was amazed, is there something you don't know? As the head of the party, if a restaurant loan application is made, it has to be reviewed by Sheng Guansu. Could it be that this rising star didn't apply for a loan at all? There were many families in Beijing who could open restaurants without loans, but they wouldn't be low-key. Sheng Guansu nodded. Indeed, it's a shame. Actually, Sheng Guansu was also very curious. Who was this genius who could create such a restaurant and provide such service? One could say that once you visited this restaurant, you would lose interest in others. Mr. Wang continued, who ran this restaurant before? Qin Jizang, Sheng Guansu answered. Mr. Wang thought for a moment, then said, the young heir of the Qin family? Yes, Sheng Guansu nodded. Mr. Wang smiled. It turned out that this heir of the Qin family studied hotel management abroad, but he was defeated by a nameless individual. Sheng Guansu commented, one should not equate theoretical knowledge with practice. No matter how well you study, it's ultimately just book knowledge. Mr. Wang nodded, you're right. With that, Mr. Wang was even more curious about the mysterious rising star. While they were chatting, they kept walking inside. Please, gentlemen, take a seat over here. A waiter dressed in Han clothing led them to a booth with lanterns. Sheng Guansu said, we're here to discuss business. It might not be convenient downstairs. Can we go upstairs? I'm sorry, sir, but the private rooms on the second floor are fully booked, replied the waiter. What about the third floor? Sheng Guansu asked next. The upstairs is exclusively for VIP customers. The waiter then explained the procedure to become a VIP customer to Sheng Guansu and the others. This was Sheng Guanzu's second visit to the restaurant, and it was the first time he had heard about the VIP system. This VIP system sounded quite fresh, but the membership fees were relatively high. A card cost more than 800 yuan, and there was a minimum spending requirement each month. Mr. Wang nodded, this owner is interesting. After obtaining a membership, Sheng Guansu and his party proceeded to the third floor. The third floor was like a hidden paradise, presenting a visual feast. Mr. Wang commented, the over 800 yuan is worth it. Waiter, please sign me up for a membership card. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, When did you become so close with her? _7 In just a short time, 2 membership cards were successfully sold. When the ordered dishes were served, everyone was too preoccupied with eating to even discuss business matters. Because the taste was simply too incredible. Furthermore, the dishes were a feast for the eyes, nose, and tongue. Mr. Wang remarked, the food I had at the state banquet in Q country doesn't even compare to this. Initially, they thought that this restaurant with its great service and beautiful decor would probably only have mediocre food. To their surprise, the dishes were astonishingly delicious. Even a simple dish like vegetable tofu soup had a unique taste. The flavors lingered on their tongues. The foreign guests almost wished they could swallow their tongues along with the food. After the meal, there were exquisite desserts. Normally, men did not care much for desserts. However, today, a small piece of tiramisu had them bending over backward. It was simply too delicious, wasn't it? The group had arrived at 11 in the morning. After dining and discussing business, they didn't leave until 4 in the afternoon. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero. Omicron, Mr. Wang, well, consider the cooperation matter settled then. Yes. Mr. Wang handshake with Sheng Guansu. They continued their conversation as they headed downstairs. While descending the stairs, Sheng Guansu suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Brother. Ni Yang approached to greet him. Since the relationship between Sheng Guandehui and Ni Tsuehua had been confirmed, Ni Yang had also started calling him brother. Seeing Sheng Guansu here, of course, she would take the initiative to say hello. Yang. Sheng Guansu nodded, turned to Mr. Wang, and introduced, this is my sister Ni Yang. Yang, this is Mr. Wang. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wang. In the catering business, etiquette is paramount, so Ni Yang extended her right hand first. Hello. Mr. Wang looked at Shangguan Su in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful sister. Mr. Wang knew that Shangguan Su had a twin sister named Shangguan Shi, whom he had met before. Although Shangguan Shi was also pretty, she was not as stunning as the girl in front of him now. Since Ni Yang's surname was Ni, she certainly wasn't his biological sister. Shangguan Su modestly replied, Mr. Wang, you flatter her. Ni Yang added, brother, I have some things to do, so I won't disturb you. All right. Shangguan Su nodded. Ni Yang politely nodded to the group and continued to the third floor. The third floor was designated for VIP customers. Could it be that Ni Yang was also a VIP customer here? Shangguan Su contemplated. Ni Yang ran 4 milk tea shops and noodle restaurants, totaling 8 stores, and their monthly profits were unimaginable. Being a VIP client of this restaurant was perfectly normal. Actually, Ni Yang was here to check the accounts. The office was conveniently located at the far end of the third floor. Mr. Wang was a highly influential person in their circle. The people accompanying him today were also not ordinary. After their glowing recommendations, the restaurant became quickly popular in their circle. The remaining membership cards were all sold within a day, and the second-floor private rooms even had to be booked 2 days in advance. In a short time, the restaurant made quite a stir in the industry. Many people were itching to try, wishing to emulate their success. Since she injured her face, Shangguan Furong had not left the house for 3 days. Only after the marks on her face had completely disappeared, she arranged to meet Jia Jinjin and other wealthy housewives for a game of mahjong and afternoon tea. Just as Shangguan Furong left in her carriage, Lin Feng arrived. It was the butler who received Lin Feng as usual. Comrade Lin Feng, your timing is quite unlucky. The lady of the house just left, he said. Lin Feng replied, regret written all over her face. Ah? Really? When will Mrs. Zhao be back? The butler shook his head, I'm not entirely sure. Who is it? Madame Zhao emerged from inside the house. The butler answered, Madam, this is the lady of the house's friend, Comrade Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, Hello, madam. Oh, Xiaolin. Do come in and have a seat. Madame Zhao invited Lin Feng inside warmly. All right, Lin Feng nodded, following Madame Zhao into the house. The butler was puzzled, since when did Lin Feng and Madame Zhao become so familiar? Meanwhile, Shangguan Furong was busy playing mahjong with a few wealthy ladies. She had lost several rounds consecutively. On top of that, one was boasting about her newly purchased anti-aging cream with skin rejuvenating properties, and another was showing off her new acquisitions. Shangguan Furong was so irritated that she nearly overturned the mahjong table. What's going on with you today, Furong? Your luck is so bad. Are you bothered by something? Jia Jinjin asked. Shangguan Furong drew a mahjong tile. I have been dealing with a troublesome matter recently. What is it? Do tell. Jia Jinjin was extremely curious. It was well known that Shangguan Furong held a high status in her home. Neither her mother-in-law at the top nor her husband at the bottom dared to upset her. And now she was having troubles? It was unheard of. Just unbelievable. East wind. Another wealthy lady tossed a mahjong tile into the river and added, Exactly, do tell us. Perhaps we might be able to help. These people, they're not really interested in helping her. All they're waiting for is a good laugh. Shangguan Furong calmly eyed each person and continued, Actually, it's not my problem. This issue involves my friend's daughter. She's quite rebellious. At the tender age of 18 or 19, she's already dating and looking to settle down. What's more, the guy she's with has a notorious reputation. Shangguan Furong cleverly turned Ni Yang into her friend's daughter. Jia Jinjin commented, having a clueless daughter is really unfortunate for your friend. The others agreed, when stuck with such a clueless daughter, there's nothing to do but accept your fate. Actually, I have a solution. The wealthy lady with curled hair spread her mahjong tiles on the table, I made a flower upon a Kong, I've won. Pay up. Pay up. The other 3 tossed their money into the river. Shangguan Furong said, Manlin, you say you have a solution, what is it? The wealthy lady with curled hair continued, why not introduce her to someone better? With parents' orders and matchmakers' words, she can't possibly refuse, right? Shangguan Furong laughed immediately, you're right. I'll discuss this with my friend. Indeed. Why hadn't she thought of this solution herself? She could introduce An Yang to someone far superior. A man from a background that matches the Shangguan family's status. At that time, An Yang would undoubtedly be grateful to her. Shangguan Furong's mood immediately improved. Her improved mood brought better luck, and she won several rounds in a row. The ladies once again badgered Shangguan Furong for a treat. So it's the end of the month, and money is tight. Furong, you've won so much today, you must treat us to a good meal. Shangguan Furong laughed, look at you guys, casting your ambitions so low. I've always said that a woman should control the household finances. How can you let a man be in charge? Among these wealthy women, including Jia Jinjin, who wasn't reliant on her husband for pocket money. Shangguan Furong was the only one distributing money to her husband. Everyone was green with envy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Seeking Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting off steam. _1 Furong, oh how we all envy you. You've got such a good life. You can make your husband dance to your tunes. Exactly, exactly. Furong, how do you manage to do it? Can you teach the rest of us? In an era where the concept of men being superior to women hasn't faded entirely, how many women could be like Shangguan Furong? The group mumbled in admiration of Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong herself enjoyed the envious glances from everyone else and laughed. There's not much to it, really. You all just need to be a bit more dominant, don't be so submissive. What's there to fear about men? Furong, you make it sound so simple. Do you think everyone's husband is like your Zhao Shen? Someone who tolerates all hits and bullying. As for my husband, I just hope he doesn't throw tantrums and cut my pocket money. I would be thankful for that. Shangguan Furong laughingly said, true, my husband, Zhao Shen, is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees me. I call him to the east, and he wouldn't dream of even looking to the south. Everyone envied Shangguan Furong and eventually, the topic came back to food and they started discussing where to eat. Speaking of which, I heard that there's a unique restaurant in Beijing that serves great food, with enthusiastic service and decoration like the Yaoqi Wonderland, said a lady rich in curls. Really? Jia Jinjin asked. Indeed. A friend of mine told me the desserts there are wonderful. They have mousse cakes and tiramisu and so on. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Omicron, even my husband mentioned it. He went there with a certain Mr. Wang. Oh, and Furong, your nephew Shangguan Su was also there. Shangguan Furong smirked, what's so magical about this restaurant? Is it really that exaggerated? I think it's called Heavenly Fragrance. It's right around Yurdist Road. Shangguan Furong stood up from the chair, all right, let's go to that Heavenly Fragrance place then. Oh, you are saying Heavenly Fragrance? Yes, I have also heard of this restaurant. Jia Jinjin continued, it's terrific. They have this third floor dedicated exclusively for VIP customer service. Only people of status and prestige in Beijing can get in there. I wish I could get a membership card from them. Shangguan Furong laughed, I've never seen such a restaurant in Beijing. Let's check it out, and maybe also get a membership card. Jia Jinjin said, but I've heard that the membership cards for Heavenly Fragrance have been sold out. It's impossible to apply now, Shangguan Furong snorted softly, with money, what membership card can't you get? It's just a restaurant, what's the big deal? They left the house and walked towards Heavenly Fragrance together. Heavenly Fragrance is located in the busiest street on Yurtist Road. The signboard carries 4 powerful characters. There were no people waiting outside the door. Shangguan Furong snorted with contempt. Wasn't there supposed to be a queue? It seems deserted. Jia Zhenjin laughed. Definitely, the so-called Heavenly Fragrance is nothing special. The other 2 also looked unimpressed. So this was the much-hyped Heavenly Fragrance. They only realized what a bustling place it was after they stepped through the door of Heavenly Fragrance. In the restaurant, there were separate outer and inner halls. A light veil divided the outside and inside halls. Subtle sandalwood incense was burning in the corner. A young woman dressed in hanfu was sitting before a spectacular pile of leaves, playing a pipa. It felt as alluring as a woman hidden behind her pipa. Though the queue was in the outer hall, the serene environment didn't make it seem crowded or noisy. Instead, it was quite charming and made people linger. Oh my gosh! There really is a queue! Jia Zhenjin exclaimed. This place is so beautiful. Even the waitstaff's clothes look pretty. Even Shangguan Furong was taken aback by the place. It was indeed different from other restaurants. This way, please. Is it a party of 4? A waitress in hanfu approached them. Yes. Shangguan Furong nodded. There are 4 of us. The waitress led them to a table. We'll have to wait a little longer. We are booked on the inside. As soon as they sat down, someone provided them with tea and sunflower seeds. Hey, are these ancient Chinese clothes you're wearing? Jia Zhenjin asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Asking for Trouble at Your Doorstep. Venting Your Anger. _2. This is the Han Chinese traditional costume, the Chiru Hanfu. Jia Zhenjin nodded. Oh, where did you buy this one? It's so gorgeous. It makes her want to buy a set. Our boss had this custom made at a factory. She personally designed the patterns and styles. The traditional Chiru Hanfu has wide sleeves, but we have modified it to narrow sleeves for serving convenience. Your boss is quite proficient. Jia Zhenjin exclaimed. By the way, this is your queue number. The waiter handed Shangguan Furong a white strip of paper. The paper was written number 58. What does this 58 mean? Shangguan Furong asked. The waiter explained, you are the 58th group of customers. There are 57 groups ahead of you. 57 groups are waiting ahead. Shangguan Furong exclaimed in surprise. You must be joking. Even if each group spends half an hour eating, they still have to wait 28 hours. The waiter laughed and said, don't worry, our table turnover rate is quite fast, and the interior is spacious too. Sometimes, when one group finishes, several tables are immediately available. You probably only have to wait for a couple of hours. Shangguan Furong couldn't even wait for 10 to 20 minutes, let alone a couple of hours. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron. New Omicron, Shangguan Furong continued. Didn't I hear that you have some kind of VIP membership? Give us each one. With an apologetic look, the waiter said, I'm sorry, comrade, our VIP membership cards are all sold out. Frankly, their staff never imagined that the membership cards, priced over 800 yuan each, would one day be sold out. Even creating a shortage. Shangguan Furong asked again, how much is your membership card each? 888, the waiter replied. 888, to ordinary people, is astronomical, but for the wealthy, it's just a meal money, nothing more. Shangguan Furong pulled out a wad of bills from her wallet. Here, I have 1,600 yuan. Set me up with your membership card. Sorry, comrade, it's not about the money. There are many rich people in Beijing, who can readily offer thousands, but that still wouldn't get them a card. Our restaurant's membership card is limited. We are no longer issuing new ones. Limited edition again. She expected skincare products to be limited editions, but never thought restaurant dining would be limited too. Shangguan Furong pulled out another stack of bills. How about these? The waiter repeated his previous statement. Jia Zhenjin said, young lady, just tell us how much you want, okay? Our Furong lacks nothing, least of all money. The two rich ladies next to her chipped in, that's right. Furong lacks nothing, especially not money. A smile slowly formed on Shangguan Furong's face. Comrades, this isn't about money. Our restaurant only issued 50 VIP cards. If you want to be members, you need to wait and see if anyone returns their cards. Typically, no one returns their cards. Given the booming business of the Gustianxiang, being a VIP customer and dining on the third floor has become a status symbol. In Beijing, it's rare for any high-end restaurant to achieve such popularity. The success of Gustianxiang has disrupted the traditional food market. Frustrated by the membership process, an angry Shangguan Furong asked, do members still need to line up? Not required, the waiter shook his head, we have a designated VIP reception room. Shangguan Furong is the type who wants more when she realizes something isn't easily attainable. Call your manager over. I need to speak with him. The waiter looked at Shangguan Furong and, noting her attire, realized she was no ordinary individual. He begrudgingly summoned the general manager. The general manager is Gu Lanji. She was a talent that Ni Yang had poached from a state-run large restaurant. Hello. Gu Lanji greeted politely. As a general manager, Gu Lanji was not wearing hanfu, but a standard suit, a pencil skirt, and black high heels, with a walkie-talkie on her ear. She gave people the impression of a business elite. I want a membership card. Name your price, Shangguan Furong said to Gu Lanji. Gu Lanji raised an apologetic smile. Ma'am, I think there may be some misunderstanding. The memberships of our restaurant are limited. We currently don't have additional spaces. No matter how much money you offer, our answer remains the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Looking for Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting off your steam. _3. Limited edition products, if sold exhibitionally, would disrupt the market rules. If the first customer is an exception, and the second and third customers are not, it would offend the customers. If supplied unlimitedly, VIP cards would lose their significance and become cheapened. National Beauty treats all its customers the same. I'm so sorry. Gu Lanji bowed to Shangguan Furong before turning around and leaving. Shangguan Furong wanted to say something else, but Jia Zhenjin tugged at her arm. Forget it, Furong, I've heard that the VIP card of National Beauty is hard to get. How about we just wait in line for a while? No matter how much Shangguan Furong kicked up a fuss, they wouldn't issue her one. Reluctantly, she sat down. The wealthy woman with curled hair said, Don't worry. My husband has been here with Mr. Wang before, he may be able to borrow a card from a friend. When he gets the card, he'll take you all to the third floor to experience it. Everyone has a sense of curiosity. The VIP lounge on the third floor was touted as something extraordinary, and everyone wanted to experience it. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhenjin's eyes lit up. She clung to the rich woman's arm and said, That sounds great, Ian. We're all depending on you. You must keep your word. Don't sneak over there on your own when the time comes. Zhao Ian laughed, No problem, it's a piece of cake for me. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Furong felt even more distressed. She was supposed to be the one everyone was fawning over, so how did it become Zhao Ian all of a sudden? No, this can't be. She must also get a VIP card. Only then she could regain her status. After all, Zhao Ian was only borrowing from someone else. National Beauty had indeed a quick turnover rate, so they only waited for about an hour and a half before a table became available. The 4 wealthy women ordered 8 dishes, 3 desserts, and also ordered a strawberry milk tea. These wealthy women were used to eating exotic dishes, but this time, they were conquered by some seemingly ordinary food. Having the chance to eat such delicious food, let alone waiting in line for an hour and a half, they wouldn't mind waiting 10 hours. After leaving National Beauty, Shengguan Furong returned to Zhao family's residence. Lin Feng was sitting properly in the living room. Seeing Shengguan Furong enter, she immediately stood up and said with a smile on her face, "Mrs. Zhao, you're back." "Lin Feng? How come you're here?" After all, Lin Feng was once going to be her sister-in-law, so Shengguan Furong had a reasonably good impression of her. Lin Feng smiled, "Mrs. Zhao, I am here about that matter as usual." Of course, Shengguan Furong knew what that matter referred to. "Lin Feng, my brother has already found a suitable partner. You can stop thinking about that matter." Although she did not like Enrich at all, she would not show any dislike in front of outsiders. Lin Feng looked disappointed and sighed, "It seems that I am not destined to be with Mr. Shengguan." "Mrs. Zhao, thank you for your consideration during this time. By the way, this is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." As she finished speaking, Lin Feng put the gift box she was holding on the coffee table. The gift box was light green, very high-end and classy. Shengguan Furong instantly recognized it as the new Ice Skin Jade Complexion product. Although it's not the Supreme Edition, it was still a limited edition, take it back. "I really can't accept such a gift." Even though Shengguan Furong really wanted the limited edition product, she also deeply understood the principle of no reward without merit. "Mrs. Zhao, I've been working with you for a long time and I think you're a very nice person. I feel a connection with you. I want to give you the Ice Skin Jade Complexion not for any other reason, just to make friends with you." After a pause, Lin Feng added, "Mrs. Zhao, you were born noble, and there's a natural grace about your every movement. Being your friend would be my good fortune. Of course, it would be my honor if you accept my gift." Lin Feng's words successfully lifted Shengguan Furong into the clouds. Who doesn't like a little flattery? Of course, in this era, there's no such thing as rainbow farts. This is called flattery. Got to say, Lin Feng accurately pinpointed Shengguan Furong's Achilles heel. Why not accept a gift and listen to someone flattering you at the same time? Shengguan Furong then said, "In that case, I will accept it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 658, Inviting Trouble. Venting for you. _4. What a shame that Lin Feng couldn't become my sister-in-law. If Lin Feng had become her sister-in-law, would she have been slapped by Shengguan Dehui for no reason? Further, Lin Feng's lineage is many times more prestigious than Nihuihua's. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mrs. Zhao, I knew you would be a good person." Shengguan Furong glanced at the gift box of exquisite beauty products, then turned to the servant standing by, unhappily saying, "What are you doing? How could you not even pour a cup of tea for Lin Feng? Is this how you treat guests?" "I'm sorry, madam. I'll go pour the tea right away." Shengguan Furong smiled at Lin Feng. Servants are just servants, they have no discerning eyes. "Don't mind them." Lin Feng replied, "As long as you accept my gift, I'm already very happy, why would I mind?" Lin Feng nodded her head. She was very satisfied with Lin Feng's cooperative attitude, and it was quite gratifying to feel superior. After some conversation, the two of them had developed a considerable bond. When Lin Feng was about to leave, Shengguan Furong invited her to come over and play more often, with a smile. After Lin Feng left. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New Zero, Shengguan Furong recalled Ni Yang's matter, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She ordered the butler, "Prepare a list of all the unmarried men in our circle for me." Although the butler was slightly puzzled, he still did as he was told. Before long, Shangguan Furong had the list. After careful selection, Shangguan Furong finally chose a suitable candidate. She called Zhao Shen over and threw the document at him. "What do you think of Qian Weiye?" Zhao Shen was somewhat puzzled about Shangguan Furong's remark. "Furong, what do you mean? Do you think he would match an Yang?" Shangguan Furong continued. Zhao Shen said in surprise, "Furong, are you trying to play matchmaker for them?" "That seems a bit inappropriate. The Qian family holds a significant status in Beijing, but Qian Weiye's daughter Qian Shaodai is the same age as Ni Yang. And there were rumors that his ex-wife was even the victim of domestic violence. What's inappropriate?" Shangguan Furong's face turned cold. Qian family is wealthy and Weiye is capable. Marrying him would be Ni Yang's fortune from a past life. It's still uncertain whether they would favor her. Even if Qian Weiye isn't perfect, he is still much better than Mo Qishan. Plus, Qian Weiye is the head of the family. With the Qian family support, both the Shangguan and Zhao families would benefit. What does that deadbeat Mo Qishan brings to the table? Once the elderly lady and gentleman Mo passed away, his good days would be over. The Shangguan family couldn't be expected to support him, could they? Ni Yang just wanted to marry a wealthy man, didn't she? Qian Weiye has plenty of money. He could certainly satisfy Ni Yang. Zhao Shen made a difficult attempt at persuading, but Qian Weiye is much older than Ni Yang. His daughter, Qian Shaodai, is already 19 years old. Ni Yang is just 18 this year. Isn't this just throwing her to the wolves? Shangguan Furong said, Mo Qishan is also 28, isn't he? And doesn't Ni Yang like older men? Furong, this is a bit improper, what do you know? Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes. If Qian Weiye takes a liking to Ni Yang, she should thank her lucky stars. You have no idea how many girls would give anything to marry into the Qian family. Zhao Shen still looked troubled. Shut up. Shangguan Furong rolled her eyes at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was scared into silence. Shangguan Furong continued, "Make me a cup of coffee." "Ah, right." Zhao Shen turned and walked towards the door. Shangguan Furong leaned back against the headboard, thinking about Ni Yang's business while savoring her coffee, and did not go to sleep until midnight. Early the next morning, Shangguan Furong made a trip to the Qian family. The old lady Qian was over 90 this year but had retained excellent hearing and vision. She was incredibly energetic. I wondered why the magpies in my garden were chirping this morning. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come. "Old lady Qian, you still remember me?" Shangguan Furong was pleasantly surprised, "But I did indeed come to bring you some good news today." Old lady Qian laughed and said, "You are the youngest daughter of the Shangguan family, how can I not remember? Everyone in the privileged circle has some pull." They chatted a bit about other matters before Shangguan Furong broached the main subject. Hearing this, old lady Qian asked, "How old is the girl this year? Can she still bear children?" Qian Weiye only had a daughter, Qian Shaodai. The old lady Qian had been dreaming of holding another great-grandson. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, "She can bear children. She's still very young. She's only 18 this year. It wouldn't matter if she wants to give birth to 10 or 8 kids. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 659, Seeking Trouble at Your Door. Venting Your Frustration. _5. Oh. Really? There was a glint in old lady Qian's eyes, which weren't cloudy like one might expect. "I wonder where the girl is from?" Shangguan Furong sighed softly. "To tell you something that may make you laugh, my brother has found someone recently." Shangguan Furong briefly introduced Ni Yang's circumstances to old lady Qian. After all, it can't be kept a secret once the two families become related by marriage. It's better to be honest. Upon hearing this, old lady Qian said, "Why don't you bring her over for me to meet her?" Even though Ni Yang is Shangguan Dihui's stepdaughter, she's still acceptable when considering her status. After all, Qian Weiye isn't young anymore. Shangguan Furong then asked, when would you be available? Old Lady Qian laughed, I'm an old woman with nothing to do all day, I'm free anytime. Perfect, then let's leave it at that. Good. Old Lady Qian nodded. Shangguan Furong left the Qian family's house with a cheerful smile on her face. After leaving the Qian's home, Shangguan Furong decided to lower her status and dropped by the Ni family's house. When she arrived, Ni Yang wasn't home. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Seeing Shangguan Furong, Ni Tsuehua received her warmly. This visitor was, after all, Shangguan Dihui's sister. Furong, come and sit over here. Shangguan Furong stood there, no need to be so formal, I only have a few words to say and then I'll leave. Go ahead. Shangguan Furong continued, around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, ask Ni Yang to come to my house to see me. Ni Tsuehua frowned slightly, what do you need to see Yang Yang for? Shangguan Furong initially wanted to lose her temper. Who was this rural woman to question her? It was already a favor to Ni Tsuehua that she had come here to the countryside. But in the blink of an eye, Shangguan Furong changed her expression and laughed, Sister Dia, look at your questioning, Im Yang Yang's aunt aren't I? What could I possibly do to harm her? She couldn't fall out with Ni Tsuehua before the matter was settled. Ni Tsuehua said, if you don't state what it's about, how can I tell Yang Yang? She always felt that Shangguan Furong had no good intentions. This future little aunt didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. Shangguan Furong's eyes shifted, she then said, it's like this, Sister Dia. The mother of a friend of mine has recently been unwell. Yang Yang is a doctor, right? So I was going to have her come to look at the old woman. Is that so? Ni Tsuehua asked. Of course. Shangguan Furong laughed, you're not suggesting that I would sell Yang Yang, are you? After Ni Yang returned home, Ni Tsuehua told her all about it. Yang Yang, I always feel like Shangguan Furong was acting a bit strange today. Maybe you should not go. Ni Yang smiled faintly, an army's approach can be deflected, just as the flow of water can be diverted, some matters can't be avoided. And, I would like to see what kind of medicine Shangguan Furong has in her gourd. Just be careful then. Ni Yang nodded. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Ni Yang went to her appointment on time. The Zhao family's house wasn't hard to find. Ni Yang rode her bicycle there. When she arrived, Shangguan Furong was already at the door waiting for her. Seeing Ni Yang, Shangguan Furong had a mocking look on her face. Poor people are always poor. She even arrived on a bicycle. Isn't she ashamed? Don't you usually love wearing cheongsams? Why didn't you wear one today? Ni Yang was dressed in a very ordinary outfit of jeans and a t-shirt that day. Cheongsams are so pretty. They even highlight the figure. The Qian family are wealthy and esteemed, Ni Yang was dressed so plainly, what if the Qians don't take to her? Ni Yang replied casually, what's wrong with me wearing this? Shangguan Furong continued, never mind, let's go. Remember to speak less after we get there. Ni Yang looked good no matter what she wore, so Shangguan Furong didn't bother telling her to change. The two got into the car, and shortly after, they arrived at the Qian family's house. The Qian family's house was situated in a rich community, and the villa was even more luxurious than those of the Zhao and Shangguan families. As Shangguan Furong walked, she watched Ni Yang's expression. She was hoping that Ni Yang would be amazed by such a luxurious building. Only by fascinating Ni Yang could Shangguan Furong get the upper hand. However, Ni Yang remained serene, her clear face held no expression at all. What an actress. Shangguan Furong had a mocking look on her face. Ni Yang must have screamed internally several times already, hadn't she? A vain girl like her, doesn't she just love money? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Bringing Trouble to Your Doorstep. Venting Your Anger. _6. Who knows, she might even be deliriously happy once Qian Weiye takes notice of her. Upon seeing Shangguan Furong bringing in Yang, the butler came out to warmly welcome them. Mrs. Zhao is here, please come inside. The two entered the hall. Mrs. Qian and Qian Weiye were sitting on the couch in the living room. Furong is here, please, have a seat. Mrs. Qian promptly stood up from the sofa. Shangguan Furong then introduced, Mrs. Qian, this is my niece, Yang. Yang, this is Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian. Yang politely greeted, Mrs. Qian, Mr. Qian. The moment Qian Weiye laid his eyes on Yang, he was stunned. Stunning. Incredibly stunning. Qian Weiye was very pleased with Yang and voluntarily introduced himself, Yang, I'm Qian Weiye, you can simply call me Weiye. Yang slightly frowned, I apologize Mr. Qian, but I'm not used to strangers calling me by my nickname. You can just use my full name. Shangguan Furong's face turned cold, she sharply turned towards Yang, flashing her a warning look. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, The Unworthy Girl. She then laughed and said, Mr. Qian, please do not mind. Yang has always been straightforward. Why would I, responded Qian Weiye. The young people these days have their own temperaments. After all, a lifeless fish isn't entertaining, is it? Glad you don't mind. Being as insightful as Yang, she had already figured out Shangguan Furong's true intentions. She turned to her and asked, Aunt Furong, you mentioned there was an elderly person seriously ill here who needed my medical help. Is Mrs. Qian the person you were referring to? Hearing this, the smile on Shangguan Furong's face immediately froze. What is this insolent girl talking about? Mrs. Qian also looked displeased. As one grows old, they pay great heed to such matters. And here Yang was, implying that she was sick. This seemed nothing less than a curse. Yang continued, Aunt Furong, didn't you tell me Mrs. Qian was seriously ill and bedridden? How come you're speechless now? Mrs. Qian's face grew angrier with each passing moment. How dared Shangguan Furong deceive her like this? Shut up. Shangguan Furong barked, when did I ever say such thing? If those weren't your words, then why would I bring this medicine box with me? Yang glanced to the medicine box slung over her left shoulder. Shangguan Furong immediately tried to explain to Mrs. Qian, let me explain, that's not the way things are. Before Mrs. Qian could speak, Qian Weiye intervened, Mrs. Zhao, there's no need for explanations. I understand. Mom, please bring out the item. Although Mrs. Qian wasn't pleased, when her son spoke, she had no choice but to comply. At least Yang was pretty. As for her temper, it could be adjusted over time. Mrs. Qian took off the silver bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Qian Weiye. Qian Weiye handed it to Shangguan Furong, Mrs. Zhao, this bracelet is especially meant for my future wife. Upon hearing that, Shangguan Furong was over the moon. She never had expected that even after Yang's display, the Qian family would still favor her. This was truly a fantastic turn of events. Shangguan Furong happily accepted the bracelet, smiling, Mr. Zhao, I guess our families will officially be related from now on. Yang chuckled, I never thought Aunt Furong would consider remarriage. As your junior, I wish you and Mr. Qian a happy and fruitful life together. Those words turned everyone's faces sour. Especially Shangguan Furong and Qian Weiye. Qian Weiye was just in his 40s. And Yang daringly referred to him as grandfather. Shangguan Furong was seething. Who was Qian Weiye? Did he think he deserved her? Yang, the abominable girl, was clearly getting out of hand. Shangguan Furong went to Yang's side, what are you blabbering about? This bracelet is a gift from Mr. Qian to you. Considering the wealth and status of Mr. Qian, it's your good fortune that he's interested in you. Today, I will decide on your behalf that you will be engaged to Mr. Qian. Shangguan Furong was informing Ni Yang, not negotiating. This marriage was beneficial for both the Shangguan and Zhao families. Ni Yang should be grateful and had no right to object. You'll decide? Ni Yang said with a faint smile, since when did my affairs become your business? Be clear of your place. Just because I called you aunt doesn't mean you get to act like an elder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Courting Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting you vent. _7 If it weren't for Shangguan Dehui, Ni Yang wouldn't even bother with Shangguan Furong. You! How dare you talk to me like this? Shangguan Furong was so angry that her blood was boiling. She thrust the bracelet in front of Ni Yang. Ni Yang, let me tell you, you have to accept this bracelet today whether you want it or not. Otherwise, your mother can forget about ever entering the Shangguan family's mansion. Who does Ni Yang think she is to look down on Qian Weiye? Ni Yang sticks out her hand and takes the bracelet. Seeing this, Shangguan Furong felt relieved. She always knew that Ni Yang, that greedy girl, would definitely not be able to resist Qian Weiye, the wealthy man. But before Shangguan Furong could react, the silver bracelet was slipped onto her wrist by Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled, wish you both a long and happy life together. I'm leaving now. With that said, Ni Yang turned around and walked away. Shangguan Furong was furious. She tried to take off the bracelet, but it had already been tightened by Ni Yang to the size of her wrist. At this point, it was impossible to remove it. The bracelet was supposed to be adjustable, but Ni Yang must have tampered with it. Now the bracelet was stuck as if it was glued. No matter how hard she tried, it just wouldn't loosen. Shangguan Furong's hand was even scraped, but she couldn't remove the bracelet. She angrily looked at Qian Weiye. What are you standing there for? I've already promised her to you, go get her back. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. This Qian Weiye is just as useless as Zhao Shen. Oh, okay. Qian Weiye hurriedly chased after her. Ni Yang had just walked out of the mansion's main entrance. Qian Weiye came from behind and pounced on her. Yang. Ni Yang was on guard earlier. She stepped aside, causing Qian Weiye to miss and fall face first onto the ground. Ni Yang, Shangguan Furong has already decided to betroth you to me. You are now my fiancé. You will marry me one day. You can't run away. Ni Yang looked down at Qian Weiye. Mr. Qian, you're mistaken. It's me who betrothed Shangguan Furong to you. After all, Shangguan Furong is the one who accepted your family heirloom. Qian Weiye snorted. What makes you think you can decide Shangguan Furong's fate? Ni Yang nodded slightly. That's a very good question. Then may I ask what gives Shangguan Furong the right to decide my fate? Mr. Zhao, be careful. I might report your family to the police station for trafficking innocent girls. With that said, Ni Yang turned away and left. Qian Weiye angrily grabbed a handful of soil, rose, and walked back to the house. Shangguan Furong, are you playing games with me on purpose? Qian Weiye grabbed Shangguan Furong by the collar. He had heard that Qian Weiye was a bastard, even beating his own wife to death. How could Shangguan Furong not be scared? This was not going according to her plan. She had thought that Ni Yang, just a village girl, would be easy to manipulate. She didn't expect that Ni Yang had slipped out of her control. That Ni Yang, that shameless girl. How ungrateful she was. Shangguan Furong took a deep breath. Mr. Qian, we're family. Speak nicely, don't be rough. Whose family with you? Shangguan Furong put on a smile. Mr. Qian, you are about to marry my niece. Aren't we family? Don't worry, Mr. Qian. If Ni Yang's mother wants to marry into the Shengguan family, she has to get past me. So, I definitely have a way to make Ni Yang marry you. Are you for real? Qian Weiyan narrowed his eyes. Of course it's true. Shengguan Furong nodded. I won't hide it from you. Ni Yang is just a country girl. Being able to marry you is a blessing she has acquired from countless past lives. Relax, leave this matter to me. Fine. Qian Weiye let go of Shengguan Furong's collar. I will trust you this one time. Shengguan Furong continued, just wait for your bride. I assure you I'll get Ni Yang nice and obedient for you, even more so than a kitten. I'll trust you this one time. Just as Ni Yang walked out of the Qian family mansion, a black car drove by her side. After about 10 seconds, the same car came back. The car window lowered, revealing a handsome face, Yang. Brother Mo. Ni Yang looked at Mo Qishan, somewhat surprised. Mo Qishan quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Yang, what are you doing here? Ni Yang looked around. Let's get in the car and talk. All right. Mo Qishan nodded in agreement and opened the car door for Ni Yang. Once in the car, Ni Yang said, I came here with Shengguan Furong. Mo Qishan paused for a moment. Usually, Ni Yang would address Shengguan Furong as Aunt Furong. Why did she directly call out her name today? Ni Yang was typically not a rude person. Could it be that Shengguan Furong did something to provoke her? Yang, what happened? Did Shengguan Furong bully you? Mo Qishan asked. Ni Yang laughed. She could never bully me. It's just that something quite disgusting happened. Before coming to the Qian family, Ni Yang had truly not thought that Shengguan Furong harbored such intentions. It was absolutely disgusting. Do tell? Mo Qishan asked, turning on the car's music system. Ni Yang briefly explained the situation. She originally had no intention to hide this from Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan's eyes darkened, containing a hint of monstrous rage, emitting a dangerous aura. He had initially not wanted to stoop to Shengguan Furong's level. After all, she was just a scheming, malicious woman. But Shengguan Furong should not have involved Ni Yang. Now, he wouldn't be polite to her anymore. Mo Qishan's hand on the steering wheel tightened gradually, his knuckles turning slightly pale. If Ni Yang were an ordinary girl, she might have already fallen victim to Qian Weiye's harassment. The mere thought of Ni Yang nearly being bullied made Mo Qishan feel suffocated. He tried to suppress the anger welling up inside him, and spoke softly, Boss, I will avenge you for this. His voice was quiet and calm, but it carried an unsettling aura. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Really? No. Mo Qishan lightly pinched her nose. Ni Yang leaned slightly towards him and hugged him. Brother Mo, you're so nice. Mo Qishan hugged her back. Thank you for the praise, boss. The hug only lasted for a few seconds. Ni Yang let go of him, rolled up his sleeve to reveal his glittering robust wristwatch. It's already past 11. Brother Mo, should we go for lunch? Sure. Mo Qishan nodded. Where do you want to go? Ni Yang continued. I suddenly feel like having stinky tofu and crossing the bridge noodles. Would you like to join? Sure. It's been a long time since I last had these. They went to a street of diners, had lunch, and then went to a movie. Finally, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang home. In the end, the luxury car stopped in front of a business building. Mo Qishan got out of the car. His originally smiling face was now solemn. His thin lips pressed together, and his eyes held a stormy hue, causing everyone around to feel anxious. What's wrong with the gentleman today? How terrifying. Mo Qishan made his way to the top floor and opened the door of his office. He sat on the leather boss chair, loosened his tie, and finally picked up the phone. Bring Qian Weiye to me. And tell Morris to prepare a dossier on the Zhao family and Shengguan Furong for me right away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, The Show Begins. _1 Upon finishing his sentence, Mo Chishan hung up the phone. His face, usually stone-cold, appeared to be enveloped by an impenetrable layer of ice. Shangguan Furong on the other end was still unaware of all that had taken place. After leaving the Zhao family, she had made her way to the Shangguan family residence. Shangguan Furong rushed into the living room, and upon not seeing her mother, asked one of the servants, "Where's Mum?" "The dowager is resting in her room," the servant replied. Shangguan Furong immediately began ascending the stairs, knocking on the door loudly, "Mum! Mum! Mum!" A moment later, her mother appeared, wrapped in a robe. "What's the rush all about?" Shangguan Furong replied with a smile, "I've brought good news, of course." "And what good news could you possibly have?" The dowager stepped aside to allow Shangguan Furong in the room. Shangguan Furong then said, "Mum, I've found Yang a great potential match." The dowager furrowed her brows slightly. "What did you say?" "I said, I found a good family that matches our status in the Shangguan family for Yang," Shangguan Furong repeated. "The Qian family holds notable prestige, and Qian Weiye is the head of the family." Source, web novel. Com, updated on New Zero. The dowager had no reason to object. As long as the dowager is on board, Yang would have to agree. Yang already has a boyfriend, there's no need for you to meddle, the dowager expressed her displeasure. "You're talking about Mo Chishan?" A dismissive look flashed across Shangguan Furong's face. "You're well aware of Mo Chishan's reputation." "Mum, rest assured, this time, I've truly found a good man for Yang. He's leagues better than Mo Chishan." "Furong, did your brother's slap not wake you up the last time?" The dowager looked at Shangguan Furong. Mention of the slap made Shangguan Furong's expression turn cold. She had not even held the incident against Shangguan Dehui, yet their mother was bringing it up again. Wasn't this deliberately meant to humiliate her? "Mum, I've been thinking of you all as my family, that's why I've been running around trying to find Yang a good match. But all you do is dismiss my goodwill as worthless." The dowager sighed, "Furong, if you truly cared about our family, you'd keep your nose out of where it doesn't belong." With her grandchildren all grown up and Shangguan Dehui having found his own happiness, all that the dowager wanted now was to live out her remaining years in peace. Why was Shangguan Furong always stirring up trouble instead of living a quiet life? Why did she have to give birth to such a daughter? How is this meddling? "I'm doing this for our family's good. Do you think I like meddling in Yang's affairs?" If it weren't for the fact that Tsuehua was marrying Shangguan Dehui, she wouldn't even spare Yang a glance. Lin Fong was so eager to marry into a rich family, yet she didn't introduce Qian Weiye to her. In the end, not only did she gain nothing, but she also stirred up a lot of trouble. What a thankless world this was. Shangguan Furong continued, "Mum, the person I'm introducing to Yang is Qian Weiye. You're acquainted with Lady Qian too." And Qian Weiye agreed to this match. "Now, we're only waiting for your approval. As long as you give the go-ahead, there's nothing Yang can complain about. After all, she's just a country girl. Qian Weiye taking a liking to her is an unimaginable stroke of luck." "What?" The dowager turned pale with rage, her breathing labored. "What did you say?" "Qian Weiye. Do you have any idea how old Qian Weiye is this year?" "Shangguan Furong, you've gone too far. What's wrong with Qian Weiye? Aren't they just a bit older than Yang? Aside from the age gap, how is Qian Weiye not superior to Mo Chishan?" "Mum, Yang isn't your biological granddaughter, why are you protecting her so much?" Given her background, marrying Qian Weiye would be a stroke of good fortune. Although Tsuehua was going to marry Shangguan Dehui, the relationship between Yang and the Shangguan family was still not close. If it were Shangguan's biological granddaughter who was to marry Qian Weiye, that would definitely not have been suitable. After all, whoever Qian Weiye marries essentially becomes his concubine. The dowager trembled all over. Shangguan Furong had gone too far. This was outrageous. She was already seething with anger after hearing these words. How would Ni Yang react if she heard them? Shangguan Furong continued, Mum, you're not a fool. You know exactly what the pros and cons are. If Ni Yang marries Qian Weiye, our Shangguan family are the ones who will benefit. If Ni Yang were to be with Mo Qishan, everyone would only end up laughing at the Shangguan family's expense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The Show Begins. _2. Shut up. The old Mrs. Shangguan, unable to contain her anger, slapped Shangguan Furong squarely across the face. Caught off guard, Shangguan Furong's face immediately sported a visible handprint and her words came to an abrupt halt. She hit her. Old Mrs. Shangguan actually hit her. A few days ago, it was her own brother that hit her. Now, it's her own mother. Moreover, it was all because of Ni Yang. Misfortune. They, mother and daughter, were truly a curse. Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, a daughter married off is like a bucket of water poured out. You have no right to interfere in Ni Yang's affairs. Old Mrs. Shangguan really didn't want to speak so harshly to Shangguan Furong. After all, in her eyes, her children were all equal. But Shangguan Furong was just too excessive. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0, Mother, what did you say? Shangguan Furong looked at old Mrs. Shangguan in disbelief. I said a daughter married off is like a bucket of water poured out. Can't you understand me? Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, before, your brother indulged you, no matter how excessive you were, he wouldn't grudge you. But this time it's different. Furong, I hope you can recognize your position. You're 36 years old, not 16. Can you think about the consequences before you speak or act? Staring at old Mrs. Shangguan, Shangguan Furong looked as if she was seeing a stranger. 36 years. This was the second time old Mrs. Shangguan had spoken such harsh words to her. The other time was on the way back from Ni Kuihua's home. Everything I did was for the Shangguan family. Shangguan Furong cried hysterically, fine. It's my fault. I'm meddling in others' business. Okay. From today on, I'll stop caring about these damn things, okay? Shangguan Furong picked up a vase and smashed it hard on the ground. Crash, shards flew in all directions. The maids cleaning downstairs were greatly startled by this sudden crash. Old Mrs. Shangguan watched Shangguan Furong's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. This child is getting more and more irresponsible, and the real hardships are yet to come. Shangguan Furong, covering her left face, made her way downstairs. The passing servant, seeing her like this, dared not to approach and ask what happened. Just then, Shangguan Shi returned from outside. Aunt, what happened to you? Get out. Shangguan Furong, still enraged, pushed Shangguan Shi away. Caught off guard, Shangguan Shi was pushed to the ground, hitting her head on the corner of a table. Miss, are you all right? The servants rushed over and helped Shangguan Shi up. I'm fine. Shangguan Shi, supported by the servant, stood up and rubbed her nape. What happened to my aunt? The servant pointed to the ceiling and whispered, it seems like there was some disagreement between the miss and old madam, huh? Shangguan Shi frowned slightly, ignoring her headache. She ran upstairs immediately. Upstairs, old Mrs. Shangguan sat on the sofa, her face filled with worry. She was reflecting on herself. It was she who had spoiled Shangguan Furong. It was she who hadn't taught Shangguan Furong well. Grandma. Shangguan Shi sat down next to old Mrs. Xiangguan. Xiaoxi. A forced smile appeared on old Mrs. Shangguan's face. Shangguan, she tried to break the news gently. Grandma, I just saw my aunt leaving in tears. What happened between you two? Old Mrs. Shangguan sighed, recounted the whole story to Shangguan Shi. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi was shocked. It's horrifying. What kind of person is Qian Weiya? A scumbag who even beat his wife to death. What Shangguan Furong did was like pushing Ni Yang into a flaming pit. How could my aunt do such a thing? Shangguan Shi frowned. Yang must be very angry now. We must not let my aunt affect Aunt Dia and Dad's relationship. After all, it was not easy for Dad and Aunt Dia to finally be together. Exactly. Old Mrs. Shangguan agreed. Xiaoxi, it's good that you are back. Let's go to Aunt Dia's house together and explain everything to Aunt Dia and Yang properly. Okay. Shangguan Shi nodded. Under the cover of night, they took a car to the Ni family home. When they arrived, the Ni family was having their meal. The whole family were gathered around the table, laughing and dining, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Aunt Dia, Aunt Ni, Yang. Shangguan Shi greeted them politely. Grandma, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you here? Ni Yang stood up in surprise. Yang, we, the Shangguan family, have wronged you. Old Mrs. Shangguan walked over, holding Ni Yang's hand with an apologetic face. We made you suffer such injustice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, The Show Begins. _3. What's going on? Ni Tsuehua and Ni Qinggui were puzzled. Ni Yang had started cooking as soon as they got home and hadn't had time to tell Ni Tsuehua about it yet. The Shangguan matriarch sighed. It's all my fault for not raising my daughter right. She then recounted the entire incident. On hearing this, the faces of Ni Tsuehua and Ni Qinggui darkened. Hadn't Shangguan Furong overstepped her bounds? She had even set her sights on Ni Yang. The one consolation was that the matriarch of the Shangguan family was reasonable. If the Shangguan matriarch and Shangguan Furong were of the same breed, then the Shangguan family would be no different from a den of beasts. The Shangguan matriarch continued, it's my fault for not raising my daughter properly. Rest assured, Ni Yang, I will make Furong apologize to you personally. You deserve an explanation. Since the Shangguan matriarch was so reasonable, Ni Yang naturally wouldn't be petty. After all, the matriarch hadn't been aware of this situation before. If the situation had been encouraged by the Shangguan matriarch herself, then Ni Yang would never forgive her. All in all, this matter had nothing to do with the Shangguan matriarch. As long as Aunt Furong sincerely apologizes and changes her ways, we can pretend like nothing happened. However, if she keeps on the same course, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. These last words seem to be a polite but firm warning. Although Ni Yang had decided not to push the matter further, she was not the type to suffer in silence. The Shangguan matriarch looked at Ni Yang with admiration in her eyes. This child was well raised by Ni Tsuehua. Deep down, she had a sense of indomitable spirit, without any arrogance. And she didn't take unfair advantage of the situation, despite having the upper hand. The Shangguan matriarch was certain that in the not-too-distant future, Ni Yang would surely achieve great things. Don't worry, Ni Yang, even if you don't do anything, I will take matters into my own hands to clean up the Shangguan family, she said. After finishing the topic, the Shangguan matriarch asked to leave. Ni Tsuehua said, Aunt, it's late already. If you and Xiaoxi don't mind that we've already started eating, why don't you stay and have dinner with us? Shangguan Shi responded excitedly, sounds great, Aunt Dia. I love the food at your house. She had been worried that Ni Tsuehua might take her anger out on them because of Shangguan Furong's behavior. However, it seemed that Ni Tsuehua was not the unreasonable type. The Shangguan matriarch replied modestly, Dia, we appreciate your hospitality. Enrich brought in 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks. We're all family. There's no need for you to be so polite, Aunt. Enrich silently stood up, planning to head into the kitchen to whip up a couple more dishes. She had prepared just enough food for 3 adults and 1 child, but now with 2 more people, they would inevitably come up short. Enrich, where are you off to? Shangguan. She quickly noticed Enrich's movements. Enrich replied, I'm going to cook a few more dishes. Can I come with you? Shangguan. She put down her chopsticks, this way I could pick up a few tricks. Sure. Enrich nodded. They both headed to the kitchen. Shangguan. She learned quite a few helpful cooking tips by following Enrich around. Qian Weiye was led to the top floor of a business building. A figure was seated on the boss chair with his back to him, revealing only an imposing silhouette. Even just the silhouette was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. This was an instinctive fear. After all, this man was the famous Mr. Mog. Qian Weiye's hands were shaking as he took a handkerchief out of his pocket. He was wiping his forehead, but sweat just kept pouring out, like an endlessly proliferating weed. Mr. Qian, please sign this. Morris placed a document on the desk in front of Qian Weiye. Reading what was on that document, Qian Weiye's knees gave out and he landed on the floor. Mr. Mog, I beg you, please spare me and the Qian family. He had no idea how he had offended this influential figure. With him in Mr. Mog's sights, it seemed that the Qian family was in trouble. Do you know why you offended Mr. Mog? Morris squatted down and patted Qian Weiye's face lightly. I don't know, because you offended someone you should never have offended. Morris explained in fluent Chinese, you're so lowly, yet you dare to covet things above your station. You aspire to possess our lattice attention? Lady Mog? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, The Show Begins. _4. This left Qian Weiye even more stunned. I haven't even seen Mrs. Mog, how could I be a toad trying to eat swan meat? Mr. Mog, you must see clearly. This is a disaster out of nowhere. Qian Weiye felt he was even more wrong than Do-yi. Think about it again, Morris said, increasing the force in his hand. Qian Weiye was shaking all over. He thought to himself, who on earth was Mrs. Mog? Qian Weiye lost his wife many years ago. He couldn't help but attract other women in his everyday life, but most of them were ordinary girls who he pacified very well afterward. Could it be? Qian Weiye felt a chill in his heart. Wouldn't the so-called Mrs. Mog be Enrich? Enrich was beautiful. Qian Weiye has seen countless women, but never seen such a distinctive one. It was normal for Mr. Mog to become her suitor. Could it really be her? Qian Weiye gulped. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron knew that Shangguan Furong really ruined him. Mr. Mog, I am truly sorry. I have no eye for treasure, I am a toad who wants to eat swan meat. I didn't know Enrich was your wife. Please let me go, I promise this will never happen again. Qian Weiye was very repentant about his behavior, crying bitterly. You want a next time? A cold voice came from the front as if it could freeze one's flesh and blood. It seems the real Mrs. Mog is indeed Enrich. I didn't guess it wrong. Qian Weiye froze in fear, and immediately started slapping his face. No. Mr. Mog, I was wrong. I didn't mean that. I'm just a worthless creature. I'm a beast, please don't stoop to my level. In no time at all, Qian Weiye had slapped himself into a pig's face. His face was full of handprints. The man turned his back to him and extended his hand to his assistant. Realizing, the assistant immediately handed him a cigar and a lighter. Click. The sound of the lighter echoed in the air, and smoke rose in front of him, as if a layer of snow had been laid around him. Qian Weiya crawled to him, knelt on the ground, and mumbled unclearly, "Mr. Mog, please forgive this beast. This beast will never dare again." The man withdrew his disgusted foot, took a slow puff of smoke. "Go and apologize to Yang Yang, ask her to forgive you." "Okay, okay." Qian Weiya immediately got up from the ground and ran outside. Only then did the man turn his head, revealing a sharp-featured face, a cigar hanging at the corner of his thin lips, looking at Morris by his side. Morris quickly understood and turned to follow Qian Weiya. Morris, who had been following him for a long time, naturally understood what he meant. If Qian Weiya had turned his head back at that moment, he would have realized that the renowned Mr. Mog was actually despised by everyone. Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan then reached out to Marcus. "Where are the files on the Zhao family and Shengguan Furong?" "Here," answered Marcus respectfully, handing over the files. "How handsome the master looks when he's furious for his woman." Marcus was extremely excited. Mo Qishan took the files and flipped through a few pages. Marcus then said, "Last night, Shengguan Furong returned to the Shengguan family." "What was the Shengguan family's reaction?" Mo Qishan asked. Marcus thought for a while, then said, "Old Madame Shengguan and Shengguan Furong had a big argument. Shengguan Furong was even slapped across the face. In the end, old Madame Shengguan personally went to Miss Nis' house. It was fortunate that Madame Shengguan was wise. If Madame Shengguan was the same as Shengguan Furong, those who would be unlucky this time would not be limited to just Shengguan Furong and Qian Weiya." Upon hearing this, Mo Qishan's previously tight face relaxed a bit. Marcus then asked, "Sir, do you want me to invite Shengguan Furong over?" "No need." Mo Qishan closed the files. "Come closer." Marcus walked over to Mo Qishan and bent down. Mo Qishan whispered something to him, and Marcus nodded. "Okay, sir, I have it." This tactic of Mo Qishan, using someone's own methods against them, was absolutely ruthless. Shengguan Furong was about to face bad luck now. Ni family's house. Just as Ni Yang opened the gate, ready to go out, an unknown figure popped up. "Grandma." Ni Yang slightly frowned. "This man, whose face is swollen like a pig's head, does she know him? And he is calling her grandma. Does she look that old?" "Grandma, it's me. It's Qian Weiya." Qian Weiya spoke again. Ni Yang smiled lightly. "It seems you didn't take my words to heart yesterday. So, do you want to try the taste of being hit with an A12 again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 666, The Show Begins. _5. No, no, no. Qian Weiya shook his head immediately, knelt on the ground with a thud, picked up a thick vine from the ground and held it in his hand. "Granny, I'm here to apologize." "Sorry, Granny. I was blind before, a toad craving after swan meat. I will never dare to do it again. I beg your mercy, please spare me this time." Ni Yang slightly squints her eyes. What is happening? Why did Qian Weiya change his behavior? Could it be Mo Qishan's work? Interesting. Ni Yang picked up the vine with a faint smile. In fact, Qian Weiya is not entirely to blame for this. After all, it was Shengguan Furong who took the initiative. By law, Qian Weiya can be considered an accomplice at most. "Qian Weiya, you haven't been shy of forcing yourself on innocent girls in the past, have you?" "No, no." Qian Weiya shook his head immediately. "I swear, Granny. I have never forced anyone, all those women were with me voluntarily." Ni Yang didn't say much else, she just broke the vine she had been holding in her hand with a simple snap. "Qian Weiya, if you ever do anything disgraceful in the future, this broken vine will be your fate." Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron, the vine is half an arm thick and quite resilient. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to break it with one hand. Qian Wei's moral compass was reset again. He was so scared he began to kowtow. I will never do it again. Granny, I promise, I will never do it again. Get out. Ni Yang's red lips spoke lightly. Thank you, Granny, for your mercy. I'm leaving now. Qian Wei seemed like he had received amnesty, picked up his knee, curled up into a ball and rolled away. Ni Yang, just then, Ni Kuihua's voice came from inside the house. Yang, who is it outside? Ni Yang responded, just a passerby asking for directions. Zhao family. Shangguan Furong has been in an extremely bad mood these days. If Shangguan Dehui had been with Lin Fong from the beginning, none of this would have happened. It's all Ni Kuihua's fault. All her fault. Seeing Shangguan Furong in such a bad mood, both the old lady of the Zhao family and Zhao Shen were treading on eggshells around her, fearing they might add fuel to the fire. Just then, Lin Fong walked in from outside. She first greeted the old lady and Zhao Shen, and then came upstairs. Furong. After her active approach last time, their friendship has grown rapidly. Now she was free to come and go in the Zhao family's house. With her gentle character, even the servants of the Shangguan family liked her. Shangguan Furong, being a proud person, ignored Lin Fong, especially since she had been annoyed recently. Why are you here? Lin Fong did not get upset and said with a smile, Furong, I came to give you a present. What present? Shangguan Furong finally looked at Lin Fong with a hint of interest. This for you. Lin Fong took a black card out of her bag and handed it to Shangguan Furong. The black card was pitch black, with gold lines as decoration on the edges, and the 4 characters National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance on the left side. It looked very upscale and classy. What is this? Shangguan Furong asked. This is a membership card of National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Lin Fong continued, Furong, haven't you always wanted their membership card? This one is for you. The National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance membership card costs 888 yuan each. Obviously Lin Fong couldn't afford one, not to mention, it was limited edition. This black card was given to her by a mysterious person who claimed to want to help her. Is this really a membership card from National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance? Shangguan Furong looked at Lin Fong in surprise. Lin Fong nodded, Furong, given our relationship, do you think I would lie to you? Thank you then. Shangguan Furong suppressed the excitement in her heart. She was someone who had seen big scenes, how could she just show her emotions so easily? But she was really excited. With the National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance's membership card, she could now take that group of card-playing friends to their 3rd floor for a surprise. By then, they will be so envious of her. Seeing Shangguan Furong like this, Lin Fong smirked and then said, Furong, I have things to do at home, I won't bother you anymore. Wait a moment. Shangguan Furong called out to Lin Fong. What's the matter? Lin Fong turned around to look at Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong opened a jewelry box, and casually pulled out a necklace. I bought this necklace a long time ago and only wore it once, now I'm giving it to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, The Show Begins. _6. Lin Fong declined, Furong, I can't accept it. I only gifted you the membership card because I felt we had a strong connection, not because I'm after your stuff. Just take it. Shangguan Furong was not one to be petty. Helplessly, Lin Fong accepted it. After Lin Fong left, Shangguan Furong also departed the Zhao household. With Shangguan Furong's departure, the atmosphere in the Zhao house instantly lightened. The smile had returned to Grandma Zhao's face. Lin Fong, who had previously left, returned moments later. This time, She held a thermos to her hand. Grandma, I heard you often have headaches. I made you some gastrodia chicken soup specially. It's very good for the head. Lin Feng removed the lid from the thermos and ladled out a bowl of soup for Grandma Zhao. Thank you, Xiaolin. The old lady accepted the soup with a face full of smiles. As the matriarch of the Zhao family, was she lacking in chicken soup? What she lacked was a gesture of kindness. Shangguan Furong had never once shown such filial piety. Lin Feng was really wonderful. She was kind, gentle, and understanding. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New Omicron, Omicron WHY hadn't Zhao Shen met such a good person? Grandma, Furong, and I are good friends. Making you a bowl of soup is no big deal, I just hope you don't mind, Lin Feng said. Look at you, talking like that. I'm more than happy to have it. Why would I mind? Grandma Zhao drained the bowl of soup in one gulp. The taste of the gastrodia was slightly bitter, so Lin Feng promptly handed over a piece of honey loquat. Grandma Zhao took it, laughing, Xiaolin, you're a really thoughtful child. Lin Feng replied, maybe because I'm used to being around children a lot. I've got used to it. Grandma Zhao nodded approvingly. Not long after, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, the two siblings arrived home from school. Zijuan, Ziqing. Auntie Lin Feng. The siblings immediately rushed over to greet her. They seemed more excited to see her than their own mother. Shangguan Furong was often harsh to others, including her own children. This led to the siblings being quite fearful of Shangguan Furong and not very close to her. Lin Feng then opened the second layer of her lunchbox. Zijuan, Ziqing, didn't you two say last time that you liked Auntie's dumplings? I specially made some for you today. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, who were 10 and 8 years old, respectively, really relished treats. Thank you, Auntie Lin Feng. The siblings immediately started wolfing down the dumplings. The dumplings were delicious. Despite them being only minced pork and leek dumplings, they were irresistible. Plus, they were beautifully made. Auntie Lin Feng, you're so amazing. With a modest smile, Lin Feng said, it's just a plate of dumplings. If you two like it, I can make them more often and bring them over to you. Really? The siblings looked at her, stunned. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Zhao Ziqing said, Auntie Lin Feng, I wish you were our mother, so my brother and I could have these delicious dumplings every day. Zhao Zijuan, sensing this comment might be inappropriate, pulled at Zhao Ziqing's sleeve. Zhao Ziqing asked, Brother, why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything wrong. Our mother doesn't even like us. We'd be better off with Auntie Lin Feng being our mother. Zhao Zijuan was 2 years older than Zhao Ziqing and more sensible. Even though their mother wasn't very attentive to them, a mother is, after all, a mother. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it to heart. A flash of light glowed in Grandma Zhao's eyes. Lin Feng approached, Ziqing, you can't just say whatever you want. If your mother heard it, she will be heartbroken. Let her be heartbroken. Zhao Ziqing responded nonchalantly. Lin Feng continued, promise Auntie, you won't say such things anymore, otherwise, Auntie won't come to see you too. Perhaps the last sentence scared Zhao Ziqing, who nodded and said, okay, I won't say it. In her heart, however, she truly wished that Lin Feng was her mother. Shangguan Furong invited Jia Zhenjin, Zhao Yiyun, and Su Manlin to Gustianxiang. The 4 women met at the entrance of Gustianxiang. Jia Zhenjin asked, Furong, don't tell me you really have a membership card for Gustianxiang? Of course, Shangguan Furong took out the black card and flaunted it. See, isn't this it? Jia Zhenjin took the black card while the others immediately huddled around to take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, The Show Begins. Underscore 7 Zhao Ian said, I've seen the Gus Tianxiang membership card from my friend. It's exactly the same as this one. My gosh. Furong, you're just too amazing. Shangguan Furong, with a smile, said, isn't it just a card? It's no big deal to me. This membership card perfectly satisfied Shangguan Furong's vanity. She was used to being dominant at home, so she wanted to take control no matter the occasion. Jia Zhenjin sighed, as I thought, we all really have to rely on Furong. Exactly, Furong is indeed amazing. Shangguan Furong, who had been depressed for several days, also began to cheer up at this moment. With the membership card, they were able to ascend to the third floor smoothly without queuing. The decoration on the third floor completely stunned the four of them. It was not until they reached the third floor that they realized there was a special menu for VIP customers. The dishes and desserts on the menu were all new to them, such as mango pudding, fruit salad, and such. Shangguan Furong ordered a table full of dishes and desserts with an indomitable spirit. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. The four of them spent over 5 hours on the third floor. In the middle, they even played a game of mahjong before leaving the third floor. Just as they left their private room, Shangguan Furong saw a familiar figure. Was that Ni Yang? What was Ni Yang doing, wiping a vase? Wasn't she selling noodles? How did she end up at Gus Tianxiang doing menial work? Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes, looked around, and already had an answer in her heart. Anyone who could come to the third floor of Gus Tianxiang wouldn't be of low status. Ni Yang really did have grand ambitions. She turned down the introduction to Qian Weiya, yet she fawningly did odd jobs at Gus Tianxiang. She's really shameless. Furong, what are you looking at? Jia Zhenjin curiously looked at Shangguan Furong. Nothing. Shangguan Furong withdrew her gaze, just having a look. Oh. Jia Zhenjin nodded, let's go, then. The group headed downstairs together. Gus Tianxiang was always full of guests every day, so Ni Yang didn't notice Shangguan Furong. After she finished wiping the vase, she handed the rag to a waiter beside her and said, the most taboo thing in the catering industry is sanitation problems. From now on, this vase should be cleaned daily. The standard is that no dust can be seen when it is wiped with a white cloth. Alright, I know. The waiter behind her nodded. Then, Ni Yang found Gulanji. Even though Gulanji was much older than Ni Yang in terms of age, she truly admired Ni Yang. This young, slender girl was just too impressive. At first, she and everyone else didn't think highly of Gus Tianxiang's future. She only agreed to work here because of the high salary of more than 300 yuan. She never expected that Gus Tianxiang's business would become so booming someday. It became the target of imitation for everyone in the catering industry. Working here gave her a sense of superiority. Ni Yang said, Sister Lanji, from now on, there should be a sanitary inspection in the restaurant every 3 days. Then we will rate them as ABC. A class will be rewarded 30 yuan each, B class 10 yuan each and C class will be rewarded 1 yuan. The restaurant had 3 floors, which were divided into 3 zones, A, B, and C. The sanitation conditions of these 3 zones could be compared with each other. As the saying goes, no reward, no motivation. A restaurant should not ignore sanitation just because the food and service are good and business is booming. Ni Yang's standard is, there is no best, only better. Gulanji had no objections to Ni Yang's proposal. She nodded and said, alright, Yang, I got it. Yang, you have a call. A waiter hurried over. In the restaurant, everyone called Ni Yang. Originally, everyone used to call her boss. But they felt that calling her boss wasn't nice, and calling her Ni was too stiff, so they asked everyone to call her Yang instead. Alright. Ni Yang went over to answer the phone. Yang. The person on the other end of the line was Ni Tsuehua. Mom, what's the matter? Ni Yang asked. Ni Tsuehua continued, Yang, Annie and Emily are here. Can you come home now? All right. Ni Yang hung up the phone, said a word to Gulanji, and went home. It was already cold in November. Ni Yang put on a purple coat as she walked along. The coat was of a slim fit design, and there were 2 pearls for embellishment on the cuffs. Ni Yang hurried out, not noticing that one of the pearls slid off the cuff. A man wearing an old-fashioned gown passed by her. The pearl happened to roll to the man's feet. The man squatted down, picked up the pearl, and looked back. The road outside was bustling with people, and her figure was no longer seen. "What are you looking at, Mr. Du?" asked Wang Ziki. Mr. Du coughed lightly with his fist against his lips. "Nothing." The 2 men walked inside. "Do you have a membership card?" A waiter dressed in Hanfu immediately greeted them. "Membership card?" Wang Ziki furrowed his brows in confusion. The waiter politely said, "All the seats are taken inside. If you don't have a membership card, please follow me to wait for meal." "What is a membership card?" Mr. Du asked softly. Mr. Du seemed like a character who walked out of an old movie. He was thin, wearing an old-fashioned gown. His shoes were cloth, and despite his ordinary attire and gentle brows and eyes, he gave off an impression that he was no ordinary man. The waiter explained the membership card to Mr. Du in great detail. "Can we also apply for one?" Mr. Du inquired next. "I'm really sorry, there are no extra spots for membership cards right now." The waiter looked apologetic. "What did you say?" Wang Ziki frowned slightly and stepped forward. Perhaps having stayed in Shanghai for a long time, Wang Ziki still carried a certain air of lawlessness. In Shanghai, no one dared to reject Mr. Du like this. Who treated Mr. Du with anything but respect? Ziki. Mr. Du spoke softly. "Mr. Du," Wang Ziki toned down his aggressiveness somewhat. "Let's go over there and wait." The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. "Please follow me." The 2 of them went to the waiting area. Mr. Du was elegantly sipping tea. Wang Ziki walked from the lobby to the inner hall, and then back to Mr. Du. "Mr. Du, I don't think this is 4th Miss style." Mr. Du laughed lightly. "She's not that clever." He then asked, "How's the investigation going? When can we find the person?" Wang Ziki showed a troubled expression. "Mr. Du, this matter can't be rushed." The smile on Mr. Du's face slowly faded. After a while, he asked again, "Is it really that hard to find a person?" His voice was still gentle, but it carried an oppressive feeling. Wang Ziki steeled himself and said, "Mr. Du, we are in Beijing. Don't we even have a clue?" Mr. Du continued to ask. Wang Ziki shook his head. Mr. Du drained the cup of tea, then said, "Don't waste manpower on 4th Miss anymore, focus on finding her in the future." "So, we're just going to ignore 4th Miss?" Wang Ziki asked. "If she wants to go mad, let her have a proper fit." Mr. Du put the teacup on the table, his face full of anger. It's unclear whether he's annoyed at the incompetent Wang Ziki, or the unrestrained 4th Mississippi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669. Shangguan Furong apologizes at the doorway. _1 Master Du appears to be as gentle as jade on the surface, but only Wang Ziki knows what kind of soul is hidden beneath this gentle demeanor. This time, 4th Miss is probably not in for anything good. Master Du continued, "From this month on, no one is allowed to remit money to 4th Mississippi." "All right." Wang Ziki nodded. The Ni family residence. As Ni Yang opened the courtyard door, she was immediately embraced warmly by Emily. Ni Yang. Emily. After not seeing each other for several months, Emily seemed like a completely different person. Her skin was fair and rosy, and the freckles on her nose had disappeared completely. All thanks to the miraculous effects of ice crystal jade skin. Emily was immensely grateful for having met Ni Yang on Shisua Island in Miami. If it wasn't for Ni Young, she would never have discovered how beautiful she could be. Source: Web Novel. Updated on N0New0. Excitedly, Emily hugged Ni Young. A moment later, Ni Young released Emily, and they walked into the living room. Emily said, "Ni Young, your home and courtyard are decorated so beautifully." She had always imagined China as a very backward country. It should be chaotic and dirty. But after coming to China, Emily discovered that it is a country with a very rich cultural heritage, completely different from what she had imagined. Ni Young smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Aunt Annie and Ni Tsuehua were chatting on the sofa in the living room. Through long-term learning, Ni Kuihua's oral English skills were now excellent, and there were no obstacles in her communication with Annie. After chatting for a while, Annie revealed her intentions. "Ni Young, I want to become an agent for your product and become the overseas distributor for Ice Crystal Jade Skin. I want more people in Country M to be able to use Ice Crystal Jade Skin. The effects of Ice Crystal Jade Skin are truly excellent." The few dozen products Annie took back last time sold out within a month. Because more and more people were coming to ask Annie to buy Ice Crystal Jade Skin, that's why Annie decided to visit China again. At the same time, this decision was made after careful consideration. Ice Crystal Jade Skin is a rare, good product that will be popular in the future. In order to prevent someone else from taking the opportunity first, she wanted to become the first agent in Country M. She believed that her judgment would not be mistaken. Hearing this, Ni Young was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Annie wanted to be the agent for Ice Crystal Jade Skin in such a short period of time. "Aunt Annie, are you really sure about this? This is the contract, take a look." Annie took out the contract from her bag. There were 4 copies of the contract. 2 in English and 2 in Chinese. Ni Young picked up the contract and, while skimming through it, she circled the problematic parts. "Aunt Annie, I think these 4 parts need to be revised. Please take a look." Ni Young passed the revised contract to Annie. Annie took the contract and found that the 4 points Ni Young had circled seemed fine at first glance, but on closer inspection, she discovered that there were significant loopholes in these areas. Annie looked at Ni Young, a new layer of admiration visible in her eyes. Ni Young was about the same age as Emily. Emily couldn't even understand the contract, but Ni Young could shoulder large responsibilities all by herself. That is truly impressive. "All right," Annie nodded and continued, "then these 4 areas will be modified as you suggested. Let's discuss the price issue next. As for the price, I will give you this discount." Ni Young wrote a discount on a piece of paper. The price she gave was 70% of the normal retail price. The export duties and other transportation costs would be borne by Annie herself. Ni Young would only be responsible for supplying the products. After calculating this way, the price of each product needs to be 40% higher than the domestic price in order for the agent to make a profit. In other words, if the whitening moisturizer was sold for 230 yuan domestically, it would have to be sold for 322 yuan abroad. However, this was normal. All things exported from foreign countries to China were sold at several times the original price. Isn't it time for the Chinese to have a moment of pride? After quickly calculating the exact price in her heart, Annie said, "Okay, this price is acceptable. Additionally, I have another request." Ni Young continued, "This needs to be added to the contract." "You say?" Ni Young said, "As Ice Crystal Jade Skin is a product of China, once it arrives in Country M, it is not allowed to change its packaging, nationality, or founder. Furthermore, no additional trademark may be registered to overshadow it. It can only be Ice Crystal Jade Skin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 670, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _2. Back in the 1980s, the Chinese did not have much awareness of copyright. This led to many goods being exported from China, repackaged in foreign countries, and then sold as local products. The toilet seat news of the later era is an example. The toilet seats from our country that were so popular among the Chinese were actually made in China. Ni Yang, having returned from the future, was determined to prevent all such problems. She wanted to avoid any future disputes. Annie nodded. Ni Yang, you've thought this through thoroughly. She's incredibly shrewd. Negotiating with her is like playing a game of chess. She was clearly just a teenager, but her considerations were more thorough than an adult's. It was difficult to imagine the capacity of her brain. Ni Yang continued, oh, there's one more thing. Some products of the Ice Skin Jade Flesh line are limited editions. In order to avoid market disturbances in country, I hope you follow the same practice. General limited editions should be capped at 60 sets per month, and the Supreme Edition only 20 sets. It should be purchased by showing an ID card, limiting 1 set per person per month. Actually, limited edition products are also a marketing strategy. After all, rarity is precious. Only when it becomes expensive will people cherish it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New, Ni nodded, indicating no objections. Ni Yang smiled, if Aunt Annie agrees to all the points I've made, we can sign the contract as soon as it's drafted. Ni Yang, race to a successful partnership. Annie extended her right hand towards Ni Yang. To a successful partnership. Ni Yang shook her hand warmly. After successfully concluding negotiations, Annie proposed to leave. Ni Yang smilingly said, Aunt Annie, you are not familiar with China. If you don't mind, you can stay over tonight, and I can take Emily around tomorrow. When they were in country, Ni Yang had promised Emily she'd show her around. Since they've already moved into their new house, there was no need to worry about not having enough rooms. On hearing this, Emily jumped up and down in excitement. Yes, yes. She liked Ni Yang very much and wished she could be with Ni Yang every day. Annie said, then, we'll take you up on your kind offer. In the afternoon, Ni Yang took Emily for a walk around the village. The village was bustling because a new road was being built. The villagers were intrigued by the foreign girl. Yang, who is this foreign girl? What's her name? Which country is she from? How old is she? Emily, not understanding Chinese, curiously looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang first translated the villagers' questions into English, then told them, her name is Emily. She's a good friend I met in country. She's 18 years old. Oh. So her name is Lily. I think calling her Lily sounds better, just like Yang Yang's name. This Lily is good-looking, just like a doll on TV. The fashionable name of Emily was instantly transformed into a rustic Lily by the villagers. Oddly enough, it sounded quite nice. What are they saying? Emily looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang grinned and replied, they are all saying that they like you a lot and that you look pretty, like a doll. Really? Emily looked at Ni Yang, absolutely thrilled. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Emily immediately bowed to the villagers, stuttering in Mandarin, think you. You're welcome, you're welcome. As they left the construction site, Emily remarked, Ni Yang, the Chinese people are so friendly. Ni Yang nodded, yes, we Chinese are really friendly. The two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. In November, most of the plants had withered, but a special kind of plant on the mountain was blooming against the wind. From a distance, the slope was carpeted in bright red, almost giving the illusion of early spring. These were the red camellia flowers. Wow! It's so beautiful here. Emily proposed, Ni Yang, can we go to the mountain and pick some flowers? Country, due to its terrain and climate, has more rainforests and islands, and hardly any small scenic mountains like in China. Just like there are very few rainforests in China. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. This was Emily's first visit to China, and her first time climbing a mountain, she was exceptionally excited. Jinghua Mountain is a rocky mountain. There are not many large trees, mostly shrubbery and small pine trees, and of course the camellia flowers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _3. Emily picks a camellia flower and tucks it behind her ear. Ni Yang, do I look good like this? Beautiful. Ni Yang nods. You should wear one too. Emily snaps off a camellia and fastens it to Ni Yang's ear. Ni Yang, you look gorgeous too. Camellia, already a bright and conspicuous flower, now, pinned to Ni Yang's ear, appears somewhat dimmed and lackluster. Perhaps this is what is meant by the phrase, beauty pales before her. Before long, Emily gathers a handful of camellia flowers. Ni Yang, what's this? Emily has somehow managed to pluck a handful of hawthorn fruits. This is hawthorn. It's not too bad, give it a try, Ni Yang suggests. Jinghua Mountain is rich in resources, not only given to camellia flowers but also to hawthorn fruits. The small hawthorns grow very delicately, resembling miniature apples. Can I eat this? Emily looks at Ni Yang with surprise. Ni Yang nods. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron. Emily bites timidly into a hawthorn. The sour and sweet flavors explode on her tongue, yum. I've never tasted this back in M country. Ni Yang smiles, hawthorns can not only be eaten directly but can also be made into candied hawthorn, hawthorn slices, and hawthorn cakes. Candied hawthorn especially, once processed, can taste delicious. Really? Emily is somewhat surprised. Of course, it's true. Emily grabs Ni Yang's hand. Ni Yang, there are plenty more hawthorn fruits here, shall we pick more and make something tasty out of them? Sure. Ni Yang nods slightly. The hawthorn tree is not tall, but its branches are fully adorned with bright red hawthorn fruits. In no time, they've filled a whole bag with them. After picking the hawthorns, Ni Yang spots a tall bamboo citrus tree, its branches laden with bright yellow bamboo citrus. Bamboo citrus, also known as wooden bamboo. Though it tastes sour and sweet like hawthorn, its flavor is completely unique. Seeing Ni Yang looking up at the bamboo citrus tree, Emily curiously asks, Ni Yang, can we eat these too? The mountain is so much fun. Not only are the views fantastic, but there are so many treats to eat. Ni Yang nods, yeah, you can eat them. Wanna try? Yes. Emily nods eagerly. Ni Yang then says, I'll climb up and pick some, and you can catch them below. Can you really climb this tall tree? Emily was skeptical. Yes. Ni Yang, though wearing a cheongsam, has no problem scaling the tree. She makes it to the top in just a few quick movements, leaving Emily staring in surprise. Ni Yang, you're amazing. Picking them one by one would take too long, so Ni Yang, from her perch in the tree, gently shakes the branches. Like rain, the ripe bamboo citrus fall to the ground. That's enough. Emily below doesn't know which ones to pick up. Ni Yang slowly descends from the tree, picks a yellow bamboo citrus from the ground, wipes it carelessly on her coat, and takes a bite. The casual gesture exudes a kind of unruly charm. Just like a female general on the battlefield, clad in bright armor. So cool. The ripe bamboo citrus is not sour at all. It's soft and sweet, much more delicious than the bamboo citrus Ni Yang used to buy from the supermarket in her later life. Emily, imitating Ni Yang, bites into a bamboo citrus and exclaims, this is even better than the hawthorn. The two of them pick plenty more bamboo citrus fruits. Combined with their earlier haul of camellia flowers and hawthorns, they returned home loaded with goodies. By the time they got home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Ni Young begins preparing dinner. Ni Tsuehua helps her with the preparations. Annie takes care of little Ni Yun. Emily plays with Duo Duo in the courtyard. Duo Duo, the mischievous bird, loves playing with Emily. That night, Ni Young prepares a feast. There's sour fish, mouth-watering roasted chicken, tangy pickled chicken feet, braised pork belly, shrimp and vermicelli soup, and a breast-enhancing pig's feet stew with kelp. The beverage is fresh squeezed pomegranate juice. The bright red pomegranate juice, poured into transparent wine glasses, is as alluring as wine. When Ni Chingue arrives home, the dishes have just been laid out on the table. Ni Young takes the initiative to introduce Annie and Emily to Ni Chingue. Although Annie had visited once before, she returned to her country the same day and never met Ni Chingue. Mrs. Ni, this is Annie, and this is Annie's daughter, Emily. Ni Young goes on, Annie is interested in representing our ice-cold jade skin brand in M country. She is here to discuss the partnership. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Shangguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _4. Hearing this, Ni Chingue exclaimed in surprise, really? Our can go international now? Emicham, Ni Young nodded. That's fantastic. Ni Chingue said with a deeply moved smile on his face, turning to look at Annie and Emily, hello, I'm Ni Chingue. Ni Chingue didn't speak English, leaving Emily and Annie looking at each other perplexed, unable to understand what Ni Chingue meant. Ni Young smiled and translated for them. When Ni Chingue saw Ni Tsuehua could communicate normally with them, his face was full of disbelief. Yang Yang's mom, you're really amazing. Although he had known for some time that Ni Tsuehua was learning English, Ni Chingue didn't realize that her English skills had gotten so good. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, when I have nothing else to do at home, I practice on my own. After spending so much time, I'd be embarrassed if I still couldn't do it. After all, she had also spent several months on it. It looks like I really need to study hard, or else I'll be the one falling behind. But Yang Yang's mom, you're really smart. A year ago, Ni Tsuehua was just an illiterate rural woman. Now, not only had her appearance and temperament changed, but her knowledge had also improved along with them. Moreover, Ni Tsuehua was someone who loved to learn and had the perseverance to keep at it. Whenever she had free time, she would find a book to read, no matter what kind of book, she could get into it. Ni Chingue truly admired her. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, Sister Chingue, you sure know how to make me happy. You just haven't started learning. If you did, I'm sure you'd be smarter than me. Come on, let's eat. The dishes will get cold. I'll go wash my hands. Ni Chingue put his bag on the sofa and went to the washroom to wash his hands. Because they were aware that Emily and Annie wouldn't know how to use chopsticks, Ni Young had specifically prepared knives and forks for them. Emily didn't have much expectation for Chinese food at first. She had eaten at Chinese restaurants in M country before. The taste was quite ordinary, not at all better than Western food. But it was only when she tasted Ni Yang's cooking that she discovered what real Chinese food was like. The flavor was stunning. Delicious. It's really amazing. Emily could hardly stop herself from swallowing her tongue along with the food. Seeing Emily's reaction, Annie also lowered her head to taste a bite of the shrimp and vermicelli soup. The soup was rich in flavor, the shrimp was springy, and the vermicelli was full of the savory broth. Biting into it brought a deeply satisfying combination of flavors, much more delightful than plain bread and sandwiches. My goodness. The Chinese were too lucky to be able to eat such delicious food. Very tasty. Annie gave Ni Young a thumbs up. Ni Young smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. The next day, Yang took Emily to climb the Great Wall and visit the Forbidden City. They took many photos and didn't return home until after 6 in the evening. Back home, Tsuehua had already prepared dinner. After eating, Annie handed over the newly drafted contract to Yang. Yang, if everything looks fine, we can sign the contract. Besides drafting the contract, Annie had also completed many procedures that day. The Qing dynasty had suffered from its closed-door policy, but modern China was very welcoming to foreigners. Moreover, at this time, export trade wasn't very extensive, so Annie got all the procedures almost completed. Yang looked over the contract and, finding no issues, signed her name on it. Annie took out 5 thick bundles of USD from her bag. Yang, this is the first deposit. Once we get back to M country, we'll transfer the second payment, and afterward, we'll proceed with a cash-on-delivery payment model. Annie had requested a large quantity this time. There was a total of more than $50,000. Converted to RMB, it was more than 400,000. Yang nodded, that's fine. The following day, Annie and Emily left Yang's home. After completing all the paperwork, they took a flight back to M country that very night. Annie only checked in a little more than 50 boxes of the products to take with her, the rest were to be shipped by sea. The goods were expected to arrive in about half a month. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Lin Feng had been visiting the Shengguan family more frequently these days, but coincidentally, every time she came, Shengguan Furong was not at home. On several occasions, it was Zhao Shen who hosted Lin Feng. Today was no exception. Comrade Xiaolin, please have some tea. Zhao Shen served Lin Feng a cup of tea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _5. Lin Feng picked up the cup, took a sniff, and laughed, this is the top-grade Biluocan. But to be honest, compared to green tea like Biluocan, I prefer black-red tea like Pure. I always feel that black-red tea is more charming, green tea is too light. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen exclaimed excitedly, really? I think so too. Finding a soulmate who shares your interests in this world is not easy at all. Zhao Shen was now extremely excited. Lin Feng laughed and said, well, we really have the same bad taste. Zhao Shen continued, however, Furong doesn't like black-red tea, so I threw away all the black-red tea at home. Otherwise, I could steep a cup of Pure for you now. Speaking of which, that Pure tea cake was brought back from Zhangnan. It has been kept for more than 10 years. Zhao Shen's words were filled with regret. Probably only tea lovers would understand his feelings. A Pure tea cake that has been stored for more than 10 years is a top-grade tea that can't be purchased in normal times. As Lin Feng observed Zhao Shen's expression, she said, that's a real pity. Sister Furong seems to be quite nice in general, why is her character so peculiar? You drink yours, she drinks hers, there's no need to waste good stuff. Zhao Shen lowered his head and took a sip of green tea, ignoring Lin Feng's words. Grandma Zhao walked over, Xiaolin, if Furong was as understanding as you are, would be satisfied. Lin Feng laughed, Grandma, you're joking, I'm just speaking truthfully. Actually, Sister Furong is a really nice person. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New 0, Omicron, she is a good person, it's just that her character is a bit quirky, Grandma Zhao continued, otherwise why would she even offend her own mother? Lin Feng chuckled but didn't respond. Because some things are better left unsaid. The more you say, the more it can backfire. Lin Feng didn't stay at the Zhao family's home for long before she proposed leaving. Grandma Zhao said, Shenbao, help me send Xiaolin off. All right. Zhao Shen grabbed his car keys and stood up to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently declined, no need to send me, it's not that far anyway, I can take a taxi back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shun was about to put down the car keys. Grandma Zhao frowned slightly, and continued, "Just let Zhao Shun send you. It's not like he has anything to do at home anyway." This time Lin Feng didn't refuse, then ill trouble brother-in-law. Zhao Shun retracted his half-stretched hand. The two of them walked out the door together. Lin Feng took the passenger seat. On the road, Lin Feng tried her best to find mutual topics with Zhao Shun. Because she had done her research beforehand, the two of them enjoyed their conversation more and more. Unfortunately, they soon arrived at Lin Feng's building, and their conversation ceased. Chapter 674, Shangguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _6. In other words, she had enough confidence in herself. She didn't believe Zhao Shun would dare betray her. Okay. I'll go now. Zhao Shun rushed into the room, hoping to have coffee ready by the time Shangguan Furong sat on the sofa. Seeing Shangguan Furong's return, Grandma Zhao tactfully left the living room. Although Enrich wasn't planning to get married to Shangguan Dehui for now, they couldn't keep dragging things on, so Grandma Shangguan spoke with Enrich to set up an engagement and make it public. Enrich had no objections to this. In China in the 1980s, getting engaged was also known as setting the commitment. Setting the commitment wasn't as formal as it would be in later years, all it required was a matchmaker and inviting family from both sides for a shared meal. However, during the engagement, the wedding date needed to be agreed upon. When Shangguan Furong heard about Shangguan Dehui's engagement to Enrich, she was livid. They had even set the date for the engagement without notifying her. Did they even consider her anymore? Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New 0, Shangguan Furong, angry, went to find Grandma Shangguan. Grandma Shangguan said, "How can you expect others to respect you, if you don't respect yourself?" "Mother. Am I still your daughter?" Shangguan Furong confronted Grandma Shangguan. Grandma Shangguan responded, "I should be the one asking you that. Do you even see me as your mother? You're making a scene for no reason." Continuing, Grandma Shangguan said, "Also, you owe Yang Yang an apology for what happened last time." "What?" Shangguan Furong couldn't help but exclaim sharply, "You want me to apologize to her? Why should I apologize to her? Yang was nothing more than an individual trader. And she was the younger generation." Shangguan Furong almost thought she was hallucinating. Apologizing. Grandma Shangguan was actually asking her to apologize. You messed things up so badly. Asking you to apologize is the least of it. Grandma Shangguan continued, "I'm telling you today, if you continue to insist on your views, with no remorse, then I won't acknowledge you as my daughter anymore. Leaves that to your own discretion." This time, Grandma Shangguan wouldn't indulge Shangguan Furong any longer. "Mother, do you realize what you're saying? Rest assured, even when I'm asleep, I'm more clear-headed than you." Grandma Shangguan continued, "By the way, until you agree to apologize, please don't call me mother. I don't have a daughter like you." Grandma Shangguan kept a stern face, showing no signs of joking. Shangguan Furong never thought that Grandma Shangguan would sever ties with her own daughter for a bunch of outsiders. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Shangguan Furong looked up at Grandma Shangguan and said, word by word, "Fine, I am willing to apologize." "You're certain?" Grandma Shangguan raised her eyebrows to look at her. "Yes." Shangguan Furong was no fool, she knew she could not lose the support of the Shangguan family. If Grandma Shangguan were to truly not acknowledge her as a daughter, it would bring her no benefits. So be it. She'll apologize. She will find plenty of ways to deal with that little brat Yang in the future. The depths of Shangguan Furong's eyes held nothing but hatred. Upon hearing her response, Grandma Shangguan stood up from the couch. "Since you've thought it through, come with me." Shangguan Furong followed in Grandma Shangguan's footsteps. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Ni family's residence. Grandma Shengguan led Shengguan Furong to Ni Yang. Today I brought Aunt Furong to apologize to you. Shengguan Furong stepped out from behind Grandma Shengguan, and with an apologetic expression, she said, "Sorry, Yang. I shouldn't have meddled the other day and introduced you to Qian Weiye. You can rest assured, I won't do it again." Yes. If she ever tried to introduce another potential suitor to Ni Yang, she would be worse than an animal. She hoped Ni Yang would marry a worse-off person. Better yet, someone useless like Imo Qishan. Ni Yang smiled faintly. "I hope you'll remember your words today, Aunt Furong." Shengguan Furong nodded with a forced smile. Having apologized, Grandma Shengguan led Shengguan Furong back home. On the car ride home, Grandma Shengguan started the conversation. "Furong, your bad temper really needs some working on. If you keep this up, you'll inevitably suffer losses in the future." Zhao Shen might be simple and honest, but even a cornered dog will bite. As her mother, Grandma Shengguan was genuinely worried. Shengguan Furong laughed and said, "Aren't you the one who loves seeing me suffer losses?" Grandma Shengguan continued, "I heard that Lin Fong has been visiting your home frequently. Is that true? What about it?" Shengguan Furong looked at Grandma Shengguan. Grandma Shengguan continued, "Shengguan Furong is a widow who harbors devious intentions. You should distance yourself from such people, lest you end up suffering losses unknowingly." Grandma Shengguan saw Lin Fang's character for what it truly was. It wasn't because she was overly suspicious, but some people just needed to be guarded against. Shengguan Furong laughed, then sarcastically said, "Mother, who I want to associate with is my business. Could you please mind your own, and stop concerning yourself with our family affairs?" Grandma Shengguan frowned slightly. "I'm saying all of this for your own good. Have you ever seen a mother harm her own child?" "Well, when I was introducing suitors to Ni Yang, I was doing it for the good of the Shengguan family. Have you ever seen a daughter who would harm her own mother?" Shengguan Furong turned the tables. She really hated Grandma Shengguan's hypocritical manner. It was utterly repugnant. Grandma Shengguan was at a loss for words. "Furong, how can you be so ungrateful? Don't you think the person being ungrateful is you?" Shengguan Furong looked at Grandma Shengguan, her face full of mockery. She had good intentions, thinking about the Shengguan family's interests, but Grandma Shengguan didn't appreciate it, and even punished her. Now, at last, Grandma Shengguan could experience her feelings too. Shengguan Furong felt an intense satisfaction within. Grandma Shengguan sighed. She earnestly said, "Furong, trust me, Lin Fong is not a good person. It's best you don't have any dealings with her. Have you ever heard me say a word about your other friends?" As her own flesh and blood, Grandma Shengguan couldn't bear to see her treacherously sucked into some abyss. She had an intuition that Lin Fong was definitely getting close to Shengguan Furong with ulterior motives. Shengguan Furong said, "Mother, I have my own eyes to see, and I can judge for myself. I have a better understanding of Lin Fong than you do. Please refrain from making baseless comments about my friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 675, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _1 Seeing Shengguan Furong so obstinate, Shengguan old lady sighed. "Furong, you're being so stubborn, refusing to consider the opinions of others. One day, you will regret it." Shengguan Furong smiled and replied, "Mother, shouldn't I be the one saying those words to you? Who is really the stubborn one here?" She had always kept the best interests of the Shengguan family in mind, but had the old lady ever shown a shred of gratitude? Not only was she ungrateful, but she also took her good intentions for granted. Now, she was even being asked to apologize to a younger generation. When had Shengguan Furong ever suffered such humiliation? The old lady stood by Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang wholeheartedly, but but she would one day regret it. The old lady shook her head helplessly. Well, I've warned you. Whether you choose to listen is up to you. But let me say this up front, if one day you are wronged by Lin Fong, don't come crying to me. If you don't mind losing face, I do. She had made herself clear. Shangguan Furong was in her 30s now, not a 3-year-old. She should know right from wrong. Shangguan Furong laughed scornfully. Mother, rest assured. I will never give you the chance to see that day. But as for you, your bias for Dia and Ni Yang, there will come a day when you might regret it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron. Don't worry, both Dia and Yang are not like that. The old lattice eyes were full of firm belief, firmly convinced that she would never misjudge a person. Who can guarantee that? She was waiting for that day. The day the old lady would regret her words. The old lady didn't say anything more. The 8th day of the 11th lunar month. Auspicious, travel, engagement, trade, tourism, blessings. The engagement of Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui was set for this day. The golden morning sun rose slowly from the east. By the time Ni Yang woke up, Shangguan Dehui, Shangguan Su, and Shangguan Shi had already arrived. At this moment, they were having breakfast in the living room. Uncle Shangguan, you came so early. Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Ni Chinggui laughed and said, it's best to do such things as early as possible. Yang, sit here. Shangguan Shi waved at Ni Yang. The buns Auntie made are simply delicious. Shangguan Su took a sip of milk, then casually wiped an oil stain off the chair with a napkin. Ni Yang walked over and sat next to Shangguan Shi. The chair she sat on was the one that Shangguan Su had just wiped. Shangguan Dehui brought many essential items for the engagement. After breakfast, he, along with Shangguan Su, took little Ni Yun and distributed wedding candies to each and every household. An engagement is a joyous occasion, of course, it should be shared with everyone. The candy bags not only contained candies but also red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, as well as 2 cookies and a packet of cigarettes. At this time in the village, distributing 2 candies per household for a happy event was already considered generous. It was quite unheard of for someone like Shangguan Dehui to distribute such large quantities. Ni Yang, on the other hand, was helping Ni Tsuehua style her hair with Shangguan Shi. To be precise, Ni Yang was doing the hair styling, while Shangguan Shi was watching from the side. Ni Yang had very skillful hands, and in no time, she created a very intricate hairstyle. Shangguan Shi couldn't help but exclaim, Yang, you're amazing. I never knew hairstyles could look this good. Ni Yang could cook, could fight, and could do business. She was simply too outstanding. Shangguan Shi felt like she must have been a good person in her previous life to have such a talented sister in this life. Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Xiaoxi, it's not that hard once you know the trick. I can teach you when we have time. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Seeing Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi getting along so well, Ni Tsuehua felt relieved. Once her hair was done, Ni Tsuehua went to change into her engagement gown. The engagement gown was brought by Shangguan Dehui, a wine-red Chinese-style dress. Ni Tsuehua had a great figure and fair skin. After putting on the dress, she looked at least 10 years younger. Elegant and dignified. She is so beautiful. Shangguan Shi gasped in awe. Although she knew Ni Tsuehua was pretty, she seemed like a completely different person after dressing up. Yang, take a picture of me and Auntie. Shangguan Shi, arm in arm with Ni Tsuehua, made a scissor hand sign. Include me as well. Ni Chinggui came over. Ni Yang took the camera and snapped many pictures. Just as Ni Tsuehua came out after changing, Mo Qishan and Wu Daming walked in with gift boxes from outside. Brother Mo, Wu Daming. Yang. Mo Qishan walked over and shook hands with Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _2. Sister-in-law. Congratulations. Wu Daming placed the gift box on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. Thank you. Yang. Li Ronghua, along with Gooden and Li Fugue, walked in from outside. Sister and I Yang. Gooden was very excited to see N.I. Yang. He was about ready to rush over and hug N.I. Yang when his eyes met Imo-chishin and chicken out. Gooden. N.I. Yang reached out and patted Gooden's little head. Sister Li has also arrived. Wu Daming looked towards Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua gave Wu Daming a disdainful look. Who are you calling sister? This Wu Daming really needed putting in his place. No matter how many times she had said it, he just wouldn't quit calling her sister. Upon receiving Li Ronghua's scornful look, Wu Daming scratched his head and muttered to himself, looks just like an elder sister but doesn't want to be called one. He really was the most pitiable. N.I. Yang intervened, laughing, Sister Ronghua, Wu Daming, Fugue, Gooden. Let me introduce you, this is my sister Shengguan Shi. Sister Xiaoxi, this is Mo's fellow classmate Wu Daming, this is my good friend Li Ronghua, this is Gooden, Ronghua's younger brother, and this is her eldest brother Li Fugue. Shengguan Shi greeted everyone one by one. Source, web novel. Updated on new, of course, Yang Gobeo's family couldn't be absent from Ni Kuihua's engagement ceremony. A little later, Wang Meifeng brought Yang Changzheng and Yang Guobao over. Seeing his long-lost friends, Gooden was especially excited. By the time Shengguan Dehui and the others returned from distributing candy for good fortune, it was precisely 8:30. The engagement ceremony was to be held in Shengguan's home. Therefore, everyone got ready to go to the Shengguans. Shengguan Furong, dressed in a big red gift outfit, was busy arranging the engagement ceremony site. She had a dominating character, and wanted to decide every single matter herself. Madame Shengguan looked at the seating arrangement, a bit puzzled. Why are all the relatives on our side? Furong, where did you arrange the relatives from the dia side? In China, nothing is more important than table etiquette. During big occasions, the elders and important relatives would sit on the first table on either side, but Shengguan Furong arranged the first and second tables on both sides only with relatives from the Shengguan and Zhao's side. The third and fourth tables were for Ni Kuihua's relatives. Shengguan Furong said, all the relatives to abroad are poor folks from rural areas. It's embarrassing to have them at the first table. The first table should be reserved for esteemed guests. Having a group of nobles sit with country folk would be socially unacceptable. Madame Shengguan slightly frowned. Furong, who are you looking down on? Did I say something wrong? Chapter 677, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _3. The male relatives were seated on the left, while the female relatives were arranged on the right. As soon as this was arranged, Shengguan Dehui arrived with Ni Tsuehua. Madame Shengguan immediately greeted them. Dehui, Dia, what do you think of the arrangements here? Aunt, you arranged it very well. Thank you for your hard work, Ni Tsuehua replied. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Madame Shengguan looked towards the others behind her. Everyone, please come in and take a seat. Although Ni Tsuehua didn't have many relatives in Beijing, quite a few people, both young and old, did come. The elders included Grandma Lu, old Madame Mo, and old Master Mo Li Ronghua and his two siblings, the three-member Yang Guobao family, Imo-chishin and Wu Daming, Ni Yang and little Ni Yun, and Ni Chingue among others were present. The village chief, representing the entire population of Jinghua village, was also present. Madame Shengguan immediately invited everyone inside. Shengguan Furong watched the crowd entering with a look of disdain on her face. The Mo and Yang families were all right since they were also wealthy families in Beijing. But what about the rest of these people? Such people were also allowed to enter the door of the Shangguan residence. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Madame Shangguan must have been out of her mind. Being so enthusiastic with these people. Were they worthy? After everyone entered, it didn't take long for the rest of the guests to arrive as well. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua stood at the door greeting guests and handing out candies. Shangguan Furong was also warmly welcoming guests on the other side, a stark contrast to her behavior just a while ago. The elitist circle was aware that Shangguan Dehui had married a rural woman. So, many people attended the engagement ceremony with the mentality of enjoying the drama. Initially, they thought they'd see a crude village woman. But surprisingly, the bride-to-be was so beautiful. Enai Tsuehua, tall with an enviable figure, dressed in a traditional Chinese dress that reached the ground, light makeup on her face, refined and elegant, appeared even more striking than Shangguan Furong, the legitimate heiress. Where was this village girl they were expecting? Dehui, congratulations. I wish you a harmonious life. Thank you. Having thanked them, Shangguan Dehui turned to Enai Tsuehua. Dia, this is my colleague, Professor Han. Hello Professor Han. With Enai Kuihua's polite demeanor, nobody could pick out any flaws, leaving everyone with a good impression of her. Shangguan Furong looked at Enai Tsuehua, squinting her eyes without a word. To overshadow Enai Tsuehua, she had purposely worn a dress even brighter than Nis. Still, Tsuehua managed to steal the limelight. She's such a cunning woman. Enai Tsuehua was wearing high heels today. Taking advantage of a quiet moment, Shangguan Dehui whispered, Dia, do your feet hurt? Should we get a flat pair for you to change into? No need, Enai Tsuehua shook her head, I'm fine. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 11 o'clock, and most of the guests had arrived. Shangguan Furong, holding a wine glass, stood around chatting with a bunch of wealthy matrons. One of them said, Furong, I heard your future sister-in-law is a rural woman, is that true? There was some hint of provocation in the question. A distinguished family marrying a village woman, that was quite novel. A rare occurrence in a century indeed. Shangguan Furong nodded, it's true. Don't let her good looks fool you, she doesn't know a single letter. She's just good at seducing men. Otherwise, how would my brother fall for her? I think she's quite pretty. And her daughter Enai Yang is also good looking. Shangguan Furong snorted, her daughter isn't any better. Both mother and daughter are vixens. Furong, from what I can see, it seems like you really don't like them, do you? Jia Jinjin asked. Shangguan Furong replied, I've opposed this marriage from the start, but unfortunately, no one in my family listens to me. Would you like to see her make a fool of herself? Jinjin playfully swirled her glass. What do you mean? Shangguan Furong asked eagerly. If she could see Enai Tsuehua humiliated in front of everyone at the wedding, it would definitely be amusing. A glint flashed in Shangguan Furong's eyes. Jia Jinjin gave a mysterious smile, just watch and see. After saying this, she carried her wine glass and headed towards Enai Tsuehua. Enai Tsuehua was in conversation with Zhao Yeshu, Madame Shangguan's sister-in-law. Zhao Shia, being highly educated, had thought she wouldn't have much in common with Enai Tsuehua. However, surprisingly Enai Tsuehua was just as knowledgeable. Regardless of the topic, Enai Tsuehua always contributed to the conversation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Shining Brightly at the Engagement Scene. _4. This surprised her a bit. After all, the person standing in front of her was just a village woman. That's your daughter, isn't it? She's so pretty. The young man with her looks a bit familiar. Zhao Yeshu pointed at Enai Yang. Just then, Jia Jinjin, holding a glass of red wine, barged into her. Smack. The red wine splashed directly onto Enai Tsuehua. Jia Zhenjin immediately apologized. Sorry, are you okay? I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. She quickly fired off a string of fluent English. Jia Zhenjin's intent was to embarrass Enai Tsuehua. How could she embarrass Enai Tsuehua if she used the normal language? It was somewhat quiet around them as everyone looked in their direction. Shangguan Furong looked over and said to the wealthy ladies beside her, Zhenjin really knows how to handle things. Who in the elite circle doesn't know English? If Enai Tsuehua doesn't, source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New Zero, where would it leave Madame Shangguan's face? It's about time Madame Shangguan learned what is the meaning of being well-matched in social and economic status. If it had been Lin Fong today, she would have handled it calmly, never letting the Shangguan family lose face. As for Enai Tsuehua, she can only make a fool of herself. Enai Tsuehua didn't expect someone to suddenly bump into her, and even less did she expect the person would speak in English. She was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, No problem, don't worry about it. She replied in fluent English as well. At this time, Enai Tsuehua was extremely thankful that she and Enai Yang had taken a trip abroad and learned English afterwards, otherwise, she would have been embarrassed today. Jia Zhenjin was dumbfounded. Shangguan Furong was shocked, so was Zhao Yeshu. No one expected Enai Tsuehua to speak English. Wasn't Enai Tsuehua illiterate, having never even finished primary school? How would an illiterate woman know how to speak English? Not only did Enai Tsuehua not make a fool of herself, but she also spectacularly turned the tables. Shangguan Dehui came over from the other side. Dia, are you all right? Do you want to change your clothes? He had prepared a backup dress in case of emergencies. Okay. Enai Tsuehua nodded, and then turned to Jia Zhenjin. Ma'am, the floor is slippery. Please be careful. Slippery? The floor is covered in a thick red carpet, how could it be slippery? Her words were a warning as well as a reminder. As the guest of honor today, if Enai Tsuehua had been deliberately bumped into and didn't retaliate, what would the other guests think? Also, since we are Chinese, I believe we should speak in Chinese. She then smoothly switched back to Mandarin. As soon as she finished, the looks of the others who heard her words instantly changed when they looked at Jia Zhenjin. Pretending to accidentally bump into Enai Tsuehua, taking advantage of the opportunity to splash wine onto her, purposely speaking English, TSK. It's clear that Jia Zhenjin harbored ill intentions. No doubt, Enai Tsuehua's retaliation was exquisite. Shangguan Furong was grinding her teeth in anger. She had underestimated Enai Tsuehua. Jia Zhenjin's face had turned various colors. It was quite a sight. Sorry. Enai Tsuehua didn't say anything else. She turned and went to change her clothes with Shangguan Dehui. Jia Zhenjin ran to Shangguan Furong's side, frowning. Furong, didn't you say that Dia was just an illiterate village woman? She had been positive that Enai Tsuehua was a village woman and found the courage to tease her. If she had known that Enai Tsuehua was so competent and could even speak English, she would not have gone looking for trouble even if she was paid. She's now lost face inside and out. Shangguan Furong was also frustrated. I don't know either. I asked my mother before, and she said that Dia didn't go to primary school. How did Enai Tsuehua suddenly learn to speak English? Zhenjin, don't be upset. It's my fault, Shangguan Furong followed. By the way, I specially invited Mr. Li Long to be a guest today, and I'll introduce you to him later. Who's Li Long? Jia Zhenjin was somewhat puzzled. Zhao Yiyun on the side gasped in surprise. Could it be Mr. Abner's assistant, Li Long? Yes. Shangguan Furong nodded. Who doesn't know about Mr. Abner? This man from F country is extremely proud and never associates with Chinese. No one knew how Shangguan Furong befriended his assistant. My gosh. Furong, you're too amazing. Furong, don't play favorites. I also want to meet Mr. Abner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _5. At that moment, Jia Zhenshan's anger was completely dispersed by Mr. Abner. She thought about having Shangguan Furong introduce her to Li Long. At this moment, Shangguan Dehui brought Enai Tsuihua to the fitting room. You go in and change. I'll wait for you outside, he said. All right, Enai Tsuihua nodded. The spare dress was identical to what Enai Tsuihua was wearing, with a long zipper at the back. At home, it was Enai Yang who had helped her zip it up, but now, alone, she couldn't manage, so she opened the door to ask for Shangguan Dehui's help. She opened the door slightly. Can you come in and help me zip up? Shangguan Dehui was a bit taken aback at first, then said, all right. Upon entering, Shangguan Dehui immediately locked the door behind him. Zip, the zipper was pulled to the top. Enai Tsuihua turned, opened the door, let's go. We should head out. At that moment, Shangguan Dehui leaned against the door, trapping Enai Tsuihua between the door and him, looking down to her with a dominating vibe. For a moment, Enai Tsuihua felt as if she'd traveled back more than 20 years ago. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0New0. Shangguan Dehui's gaze on her was the same predatory look he had given her the first time they met. Just as Enai Tsuihua was about to say something, Shangguan Dehui leaned in for a kiss. He had wanted to do this for a long time. But he had been afraid of scaring her off, just as he had all those years ago. Today, he had finally done something he had long wanted to, but had not dared to do. Let's go, Enai Tsuihua opened the door. Wait a moment, Shangguan Dehui asked hoarsely. What's the matter? Enai Tsuihua asked with a puzzled look. Shangguan Dehui picked up a lipstick from the dresser. Touch up your makeup before we go. Enai Tsuihua blushed as she took the lipstick and sat in front of the mirror. Shangguan Dehui continued, are you using the lipstick I handed over today? Yes, Enai Tsuihua nodded. Use it again next time. Huh? Enai Tsuihua stared blankly. Leave me alone. Enai Tsuihua playfully shoved Shangguan Dehui. Aren't you too old to still be playing games? Shangguan Dehui squinted. I was only 21 the year I met you. So this year, I'm at most 22. From the day he met her, his age had become fixed. Enai Tsuihua broke into a light laugh. About 10 minutes later, the two finally left the fitting room. The atmosphere in the main hall was lively. Everyone had heard that Li Long was coming, so many people were now crowded round Shangguan Furong. Everyone wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Li Long. Furong, are you really sure Li Long will come? Someone asked in disbelief. Shangguan Furong smiled. Why would I lie about something like this? If he's coming, you'll all see him soon. Shangguan Furong had met Li Long at a dinner party. After talking, she found out that Li Long had some connection with the Zhao family. At that time, she had even taken the chance to chat with Mr. Abner. For this engagement ceremony, Shangguan Furong had also sent an invitation to Mr. Abner. But she wasn't sure if Mr. Abner would come, so she hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Mr. Abner was a proud man, who never gave face to the great families. If he didn't come, wouldn't it be a loss of face? But Li Long would certainly come, because she had already arranged it with him. Someone chimed in, you said Li Long would come, but why hasn't he arrived yet? Yeah, why? It's nearly 11 o'clock. Just then, 4 figures walked in from outside. The 2 people in the front were clearly a mother and son. The 2 men trailing them were carrying lavish gifts. Seeing these 4, the bustling hall gradually quieted down. The man in front, is that Mr. Abner? Mr. Abner was different from Mr. Mogg. Mr. Mogg kept a low profile and was mysterious. He never appeared in public, so nobody even knew his age. But Mr. Abner was very high profile. He often attended various cocktail parties. That's why the people in the upper class circle knew him. Shangguan Furong was ecstatic. She never thought Mr. Abner would come personally to congratulate her. He really did come. Furlong. You're incredible. Not only did you invite Li Long, but also Mr. Abner. Although Mr. Abner's influence was not as powerful as Mr. Mogg's, he was still no one to be taken lightly. Moreover, Mr. Abner was a character that all the major families wanted to draw in, and yet he was subtly won over by Shangguan Furlong. Suppressing her inner excitement, Shangguan Furlong adjusted her smile, walked up to the group, and said in fluent English, "Mr. Abner, you're here. Please, this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 680, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _6. English is a universal language, so Mr. Abner shouldn't have trouble understanding it. Mr. Abner smiled at her and said in fluent Chinese, "Is Ni Yang here?" Ni Yang? Wasn't Mr. Abner the one she had invited? Why would he be looking for Ni Yang? Not to mention, how could someone like Ni Yang, a small town girl, know Mr. Abner? She must be imagining things. Shangguan Furlong smiled and said, "Mr. Abner, thank you very much for accepting the invitation to attend my brother's engagement ceremony. Please come in." Mr. Abner's brows wrinkled slightly. "Lady, I think you might be mistaken. I don't know you. I came to find Ni Yang. Is she here?" The next second, Shangguan Furlong's confident smile abruptly froze on her face. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. Everyone knew Mr. Abner had been invited by her. Now, Mr. Abner claims he doesn't know her. He even insisted he was here looking for Ni Yang. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero. Hearing this, people began to whisper amongst themselves. Quickly recovering, Shangguan Furlong bit the bullet and said, "Mr. Abner, Ni Yang is my niece. Please come with me." Upon hearing that Ni Yang was her niece, Mr. Abner's attitude improved significantly. "Could you please take me to Ni Yang?" Just then, Ni Yang walked over from the other side. "Mr. Abner." "Miss Ni Yang." Mr. Abner immediately approached her. Yang. Georgiana was thrilled to see Ni Yang. She has been wanting to adopt Ni Yang as her goddaughter, but hadn't had the opportunity. Today, however, seems like a good opportunity. Mr. Abner continued, "I heard that today is a joyous day for your mother. Therefore, my mother and I have brought along some modest gifts. We hope you will accept them." The moment he finished speaking, two aides beside him offered the pre-prepared gifts. A valuable 1,000-year-old ginseng and precious jewelry were displayed on the red velvet. The people around were stunned. It appears that Mr. Abner has no connection with the Shangguan family. He had legitimately come for Ni Yang's sake. Ni Yang was too amazing. She actually knew Mr. Abner. People could not even get close to Mr. Abner, while Ni Yang even had Mr. Abner bringing her gifts. What a magnificent honor. Shangguan Furlong's face turned pale. She was actually outperformed by a small town girl. Ni Yang took Mr. Abner to Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui. "This is my uncle, and this is my mother." "Uncle, auntie, I wish you a long and happy life together," Mr. Abner greeted politely. Shangguan Dehui took Mr. Abner's hand. "Thank you." Had already known that Ni Yang was no ordinary person. So when he saw Ni Yang knew Mr. Abner, Shangguan Dehui was not surprised. Then, Ni Yang introduced, "This is my boyfriend, Mo Chishan." Upon seeing Mo Chishan, Mr. Abner's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Mo Chishan slightly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out his hand toward Mr. Abner. "Mr. Abner, I've heard a lot about you." Mr. Abner glanced around and then revealed a mysterious smile. "It's my pleasure." "It's my pleasure?" Mr. Abner was showing respect to a good-for-nothing? What could this good-for-nothing possibly teach him? But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, Mr. Abner is from F country and isn't acquainted with Chinese customs. He probably didn't know about Imo Kishin's reputation. Unfortunately, this good-for-nothing, instead of being modest, accepted the compliment with a smile. Does he even realize the person standing in front of him is Mr. Abner? A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. A worthless thing. Ni Young must be blind. Being such a beauty, how could she fancy Imo Kishin? Because of Mr. Abner, Ni Tsuehua quickly became the most popular person there, with everyone showing their friendliness. During the meal, Mr. Abner sat with the village chief, Grandma Lu, and the Mo family at the first table on the right side. Guests from the left side kept coming over to toast. The rich dames who were originally hanging around Shangguan Furong also rushed to the right side. Shangguan Furong's face looked quite ugly. Mr. Abner was her guest. How did he end up being Ni Yang's guest? What sort of dishonorable methods did she employ? Sitting next to Ni Yang, Georgiana turned to Ni Tsuehua, who was hoisting her wine glass. Miss Ni, I really like Yang Yang and we get along quite well. May I adopt her as my goddaughter? As these words were spoken, several people present were a bit taken aback. Georgiana is adopting Ni Yang as her goddaughter. Wouldn't that make Mr. Abner Ni Yang's brother, and Ni Tsuehua Mr. Abner's godmother? What an honor! There would be a line of people from here to the end of the Yangtze River wanting to become Georgiana's goddaughter. Shangguan Furong felt mixed emotions, and found it hard to swallow back her discomfort. Why on earth did she want to recognize a goddaughter out of the blue? If she wanted to recognize a goddaughter, shouldn't she have chosen her? What qualifications does Ni Yang have to be Georgiana's goddaughter? Shangguan Furong felt like vomiting blood. Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang exchanged a glance and smiled. It's Yang Yang's good fortune if you would consider her as your goddaughter. Seeing that there were so many people present, if they denied the request, they would seem ungrateful. Moreover, personal relationships are really important. Many hands make light work after all. Georgiana immediately had her assistant present the prepared sapphire necklace as a token of their newfound bond. F country people adore gems. So, this was an incredibly lavish sapphire necklace. The sapphires shone dazzlingly, as mysterious and alluring as the deep sea. This necklace is a relic from the last century, very valuable. A few people present recognized the origin of the necklace, and the air was filled with gasps. It seems that Georgiana was not joking, she really considered Ni Yang as her goddaughter. Georgiana put the necklace on Ni Yang herself. It's beautiful. Ni Yang was already beautiful, but wearing the sapphire necklace, she looked even more radiant. Thank you, godmother. Ni Yang politely expressed her thanks. Georgiana extended her arms to hug Ni Tsuehua. You have a wonderful daughter. You flatter us. Who amongst those present was not envious of Ni Tsuehua? People initially thought that Ni Tsuehua, a rural woman, would embarrass herself at the engagement ceremony. Surprisingly, not only did she not embarrass herself, but she also brought great honor to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _1. The person who felt the most uncomfortable at that moment had to be Shangguan Furong. She had been running around for Shangguan Dihui's engagement, even invitingly long over, only to find out that she had ended up preparing the wedding outfit for Ni Tsuehua and her daughter, Ni Yang. The person who should have been in the limelight was supposed to be her. How did it turn out to be Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang? How did they even know Mr. Abner? Just two country bumpkins, what gave them the right? The more Shangguan Furong thought about it, the less willing she was to accept it, almost wishing she could tear Ni Tsuehua's face into pieces. Furong. Zhao Shen gently tugged at her sleeve. What is it? Shangguan Furong turned her head impatiently. Zhao Shen swallowed, then said, Shall we also offer a toast to brother and sister-in-law? Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua were the stars of the evening. All the guests took the initiative to toast to them. It would seem a bit strange if they didn't. Shangguan Furong rolled her eyes at Zhao Shen, sister-in-law. The wedding hasn't even taken place yet. How is she considered a sister-in-law? I said you're stupid, and you really are stupid. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, even if they were married, they could still get divorced. Not to mention Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua were not even married yet. But, Zhao Shen was somewhat troubled, but our mom is watching, and there are so many relatives and friends here. Furong, let's just go over there. There were so many people present, they couldn't possibly embarrass the old Shangguan madam. Shangguan Furong weighed the pros and cons, and finally chose to pick up the wine glass, and with Zhao Shen, they went up to Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. Brother, Dia, Zhao Shen and I toast to you. Zhao Shen stood by holding his glass. Thank you, Furong. Enai Tsuehua raised her cup and clinked it with hers. Shangguan Dehui remained silent as he held little Enai Yun with one arm, taking a sip from his drink. Shangguan Furong subtly bit her lip, knowing that Shangguan Dehui was still upset about the incident last time. But that incident wasn't her fault to begin with. Moreover, old Madame Shangguan had slapped her, and she already apologized to Enai Yang. Now, Shangguan Dehui couldn't even tell right from wrong, all for Enai Tsuehua. Does he even deserve to be a brother? Miss Enai, Mr. Shangguan, congratulations. Mr. Abner walked over from the other side with his glass in hand. Mr. Abner. Shangguan Dehui raised his glass to him. Georgia even claimed Enai Yang as her daughter. Mr. Abner giving a toast was trivial. In comparison, Mr. Abner was still a junior in front of Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes. She, being Shangguan Dehui's sister, would be considered as Mr. Abner's aunt. Being the elder, Mr. Abner should certainly toast to her also. As long as Mr. Abner offered her a toast, at least she could somewhat recover her lost face. Thinking like this, her heart was slightly comforted. Shangguan Furong straightened her back, waiting for Mr. Abner to toast her. However, not only did Mr. Abner not toast her, but he walked away with Shangguan Dehui instead. Apparently, the two had something to discuss. Enai Tsuehua took little Enai Yun from Shangguan Dehui and chatted with Georgia. In a conversation between two men, Shangguan Furong couldn't really have a say. She should find Georgia instead. Georgia was Mr. Abner's mother. If she managed to please Georgia, it was the same as pleasing Mr. Abner. But it seemed that Georgia was already engaged in a conversation with Enai Tsuehua. Shangguan Furong naturally wouldn't stoop so low to initiate a conversation with Enai Tsuehua. Toasting her was already giving her plenty of face. If anything, Enai Tsuehua should be the one coming over with Georgia. She was the only remaining daughter-in-law in the Shangguan family, so Enai Tsuehua should think of a way to please her. Just like Lin Fong trying to please her. Unfortunately, Enai Tsuehua didn't have the slightest comprehension of that. If Enai Tsuehua was willing to bring Georgia over tonight, she would forgive Enai Tsuehua. If Enai Tsuehua wasn't willing to take a hint, she would never forgive Enai Tsuehua in her life. Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes. She had waited for so long, but Enai Tsuehua never took the initiative to please her. Shangguan Furong was so angry that it was making her sick. She left before the engagement banquet was over without uttering a word, leaving Zhao Shen behind to clean up the mess. Old Madame Shangguan looked at Zhao Shen and said apologetically, Zhao Shen, Furong has always been over-competitive, that must have upset you quite a few times. Zhao Shen responded with a smile, it's fine. I know Furong is not a bad person. He had grown used to it over the years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _2. Arguing further has no point. Today was supposed to be a day of joy, old Mrs. Shangguan didn't want to bring up these unpleasant matters. But Shangguan Furong had truly overstepped her bounds. She just up and left without a word. What would Enrich Hua and Shangguan Dehui think of that? Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, Zhao Shen, there are times when a man should stand tall. Don't let her keep bullying you. Zhao Shen nodded, Mom, I understand. Don't worry, Furong isn't that unreasonable of a person. Old Mrs. Shangguan let out a soft sigh, I know exactly what sort of person she is. Now, I heard that Furong and Lin Fong have been getting pretty close lately. It seems that way. Zhao Shen continued to nod. Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, Lin Fong is a very calculating person, she acts one way from the front, and another from the back. When it comes to guile, Furong can't outplay her. I've already warned Furong, and you should also be wary of Lin Fong. Shangguan Furong is the type of person that wears her flaws on her face, she speaks her mind. If she had a bit of cunning in her, she wouldn't just up and leave without even saying hello. Whilst Lin Fong is rotten to the core, the type of person who acts like a human in front of others and a devil behind their back. These two people simply aren't on the same level. Shangguan Furong isn't a match for Lin Fong. Zhao Shen understood the implication behind old Mrs. Shangguan's words. All right, Mom, don't worry, I'll be mindful. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. Old Mrs. Shangguan nodded, good, with your words, I am reassured. In reality, Zhao Shen is a very clever person. Otherwise, the Zhao family would not have lasted as long as they have, but rather, they continue to flourish. The reason he carries no weight in Zhao family matters and always listens to Shangguan Furong, is simply because he's in love with her. He truly likes Shangguan Furong. Back in the day, he paid quite a price to marry Shangguan Furong. Taking advantage of Zhao Shen's love for her, Shangguan Furong does as she pleases in the Zhao family, acting arrogantly and willfully. Even old Mrs. Zhao has to live at the mercy of her moods. Zhao Shen continued, I'll go speak with my brother and sister-in-law now, so they won't misunderstand Furong. Old Mrs. Shangguan nodded. After the engagement ceremony ended, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan escorted Georgia and Mr. Abner to the door. Shangguan Dehui and Enrich Hua were seeing off the other guests. Mo Qishan stepped forward, embodying the true gentleman as he held the car door open for them, please. Georgia was holding onto Ni Yang's arm, she leaned in and whispered, Yang, you have a wonderful boyfriend. It was evident from Mo Qishan's words and actions, that he truly cared for Ni Yang. Thank you. Mr. Abner looked at Mo Qishan, Yang is my mother's goddaughter, so wouldn't that make us somewhat like brothers? Mo Qishan gave a slight nod, it is my honor. Mr. Abner said, being able to call myself brother to Mr. Mo is my honor. Though others were unaware of Mo Qishan's status, Mr. Abner certainly was. 3 years ago, he had seen Mo Qishan once at a large gathering in F country. He was surrounded by a crowd, like the moon surrounded by the stars, full of glamour. Simultaneously, he was also the only Chinese person there. How could such a person possibly be a wastrel? Watching the car driving away, Ni Yang tugged on Mo Qishan's sleeve, Brother Mo, did you and Mr. Abner know each other ahead of time? Mo Qishan gave a slight nod, I did meet him once a couple of years ago in F country. Ni Yang laughed, no wonder I felt something off about the way you two were interacting at the party. Yang, are you jealous? Mo Qishan threw his arm over Ni Yang's shoulder, smiling as he asked. Ni Yang said helplessly, you're thinking too much. Mo Qishan lowered his gaze and stole a quick kiss on her cheek, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Ni Yang glared at him, we're in public, mind your image, careful people see. Though Beijing wasn't as conservative in 1984, public displays of affection were still a rarity, then well do it secretly in the future. Ni Yang, all these events were noticed by Shangguan Su from the second floor. Ni Yang was an exceptional person, as her older brother, he should shoulder his responsibilities and make sure she doesn't end up with some worthless man. Luckily, Mo Qishan wasn't as despicable as the rumor suggested. Shangguan Zu's eyes hardened and he took a swig of his drink. Zhao family residence. When Zhao Shen returned, Shangguan Furong had just finished her shower and stepped out of the bathroom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _3. She wore a deep purple bathrobe, her eyebrows and eyes were less dominant than usual, and she looked softer. Zhao Shen gazed at her, as if seeing the shy young girl from 15 years ago. His heart stirred for a moment as he moved to embrace Shangguan Furong, only to be roughly pushed away by her. You're sleeping in the guest room tonight. Shangguan Furong was still upset about what had happened at the engagement banquet today, so she naturally wasn't pleased with Zhao Shen. As for Shangguan Furong's orders, Zhao Shen never dared to disobey. He gathered up his bedding and change of clothes, shoved open the door, and began walking towards the study. Zhao Shen just reached the living room when the old lady Zhao descended from the stairs above. Did Furong kick you out again? Zhao Shen nodded. Old lady Zhao heaved a sigh. How many times has it been this month? Mom, I'm fine. Zhao Shen continued, I'm going to bed, you should also go to sleep early. Watching Zhao Shen walk towards the study, old lady Zhao furrowed her brow deeply. She walked over, picked up the telephone, and dialed a number. After hanging up, old lady Zhao headed towards the Buddha hall in the backyard. The Zhao family's study was quite large. Having freshly emerged from the bathroom, the telephone on the desk began to ring. Zhao Shen walked over to answer it. Hello? A soft and urgent female voice came from across the line. Hello? Is this Sister Furong? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. It was clearly Lin Fang's voice. This is Zhao Shen. There was a moment of pause on the other side of the line. Then came the voice, brother-in-law, I'm at a public telephone booth on Cart Road. It's raining heavily outside, my bicycle has been stolen, and I think someone has been following me. Can you help me? Other than Sister Furong, I really can't find anyone else to help me. As she spoke her last words, Lin Fang's voice was filled with a sobbing tone. She sounded lonely and helpless, completely irresistible. Zhao Shen was inherently a righteous man. Faced with such a situation, he naturally couldn't ignore it. All right. Stay right there, they'll be right there. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Fang hung up the phone, her face streaked with tears, yet a smirk of triumph played at the corner of her mouth. It rained heavily. The rain plinked and plunked upon the eaves, even mixed with bits of snow. Zhao Shen drove off, the headlight in the dark splitting the night with a ray of stark white light, illuminating his way. Hearing the engine of the car, old lady Zhao, who was seated in the Buddha hall, knocked on her bead bracelet, then suddenly put down her hammer, stood up, and lit a stick of incense that she placed in the censer. Amitabha.